Which country, which year?
Denmark.
Denmark, again. Which year?
2013.
2014, yes. Are we doing it for time?
Tina says keep going, so keep going.
Okay. Keep on trying. Broken hearts, all that's left, and I'm still fixing all the cracks. Lost a couple of pieces of me. I carried it home. Now I'm afraid of all I am. My mind feels like a foreign land. Silence ringing inside my head. Please carry me home. I spend all the more I say. We were always a losing game. A small town boy in a big arcade. I got addicted to a losing game. All I know, loving you is a losing game. All I know, loving you is a losing game. How many pennies in the slot? Giving us up if we take a lot. I saw the end before getting on. Still I carried on. All I know, loving you is a losing game. All I know, loving you is a losing game. I don't need your games, game over. Let me off this roller coaster. All I know, loving you is a losing game. Loving you is a losing game. Way to go, hey! Okay, which country?
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Duncan Lawrence.
Duncan Lawrence, correct.
2019.
2019. I don't know what I'm even asking you guys. I don't even know this stuff. It's the warm-up questions before the hard ones begin. guess you guys know that one. So, come on, which country would you?
Norway.
Now, how do you pronounce my surname? Is it Rybak or Rubak?
Norway 2009.
Rubak. Excellent. Okay, I've counted all the Scandi countries now. I feel like I've done that bit of cheating. Aaron, do you want to join me?
This is a sing-along for sure. From the very beginning. It's not Waterloo that's coming in. Yeah.
Love shine a light in every corner of my heart. Let the love light carry, let the love light carry. Love the magic in every little part that I love. Shine a light in every corner of our hearts. Love shine a light in every corner of my dream. Let the love light carry, let the love light carry. Like the mighty river flowing from the stream. Let our love shine a light in every corner of our dreams. And we're all gonna shine a light together. Shine a light to light the way. Brothers and sisters in every little part. Let our love shine a light in every corner of our hearts. Love shine a light in every corner of the world. Let the love light carry, let the love light carry. Light of the magic for every boy and girl. Let our love shine a light in every corner of the world. And we're all gonna shine a light together. Shine a light to light the way. Brothers and sisters in every little part. Let our love shine a light in every corner of our hearts. And we're all gonna shine a light together. Shine a light to light the way. Brothers and sisters in every little part. Let our love shine a light in every corner of our hearts. Let our love shine a light in every corner of our hearts.
Irving, if you want to come up before our final sing-along, Irving, Sophia. Do you guys want to come up before our final sing-along and just... Yeah.
Final single. Do you want?
It's time.
Yeah, Mark. Please.
Taylor Swift, Beyoncé, Ariana Grande, and a handful of other global superstars. Do we suffer from US-American cultural imperialism?
Sure, there's a small number of artists who are popular almost everywhere in the world. And these superstars usually come from the United States and to a lesser degree from the United Kingdom and some other countries. Nevertheless, the share of domestic productions in local markets is significant. Let us look at statistics from the International Federation of the Phonographic Industries. They show the share of so-called domestic repertoire. That's music produced by artists living in that country. Countries and regions differ considerably in this respect. There are some countries with very high shares of domestic music on national markets, for instance, Turkey, Thailand, India, and of course the United States. And there are some countries with notoriously small market shares, such as Austria, Belgium, Switzerland, and New Zealand, all four small countries with big neighbors sharing the same language. In larger European countries, a domestic repertoire accounts for about 50%, and in some countries even more. Unfortunately, IFPI stopped reporting annual statistics on domestic repertoire some years ago. However, a glance into recent European hit parades confirms the strength of national production. Regional artists resist the global superstars. Look, for instance, at charts from France.
Or look at the recent hit parade of Germany.
Even Germany's top 10 includes some German entries, such as So Bani's cover of a Herbert Grönemeyer song, or DJ Bennett's remix of a French song from the movie Le Choriste. By the way, both songs are also in Austria's top 40 at the same time. This shows how close countries with the same language are in terms of music. In a recent research project, I used years and charts from 8 countries in order to depict the proximity of these countries regarding music. I transformed the charts into a network graph in which the closeness between a pair of 2 countries is defined by the number of artists they share in their charts. The closer 2 countries and the stronger the lines, the more songs they share in their respective charts. Not surprisingly, the 3 German-speaking countries in the sample are very close in terms of music chart similarity. Together with UK, the Netherlands and Australia, they form a group of rather high hit parade overlap. In contrast, Italy and France, with a strong national music production, keep aloof from the other countries. The same applies to the United States, which is, of course, the main exporter of global pop music, but with its high share of country music in the national hit parades, also assumes a singular position in the global map of popular music.
The German charts include Overdrive, a song by the French DJ duo Offenbach. Does this mean that songs travel across borders?
To be honest, not very often and not very far. Of course, there is exchange of songs between countries in the same geolinguistic region. For instance, between Germany, Switzerland and Austria, between France and Belgium, between the Latin American countries or in the Arabic world. But the counterflow from the peripheries to the center is very seldom. The older viewers may remember the global pop hit 7 Seconds by the Senegalese-Swedish singer-songwriters Youssou N'Dour and Nene Cherry in 1994. 5 years later, German artist Lou Bega, son of a Sicilian mother and an Ugandan father, also had an international hit with Mambo No. 5. And in 2012, the world became aware of K-pop when South Korean rapper Psy succeeded with his video Gangnam Style on YouTube. A number of K-pop boy groups followed. However, examples of cross-border success of artists from non-English speaking countries are scarce. This even applies to Europe. Despite increasing political integration and numerous cultural initiatives such as the Eurovision Song Contest, interest in the music of our neighbors remains limited.
So we don't live in a global village where we all know the same global artists, do we?
Basically, the global music market is full of contradictions. Yes, there are geolinguistic regions with strong regional production, which are little interested in international repertoires, except for a handful global superstars. Simultaneously, niches become more and more globalized. The mere fact that music is globally available through the internet means that the same diversity of niches is accessible from any part in the world. No matter where one is, one can quickly find very familiar niche cultures as well as people with similar preferences for certain niche products. This is true, for example, of the classical concert business, which is organized in the same way around a certain canon of classical works in all parts of the world. World music as well has become a global niche product for the middle classes in many countries of the world. Algerian Rai or Indian Bhangra music is available for the interested public in Vienna or Sao Paulo in the same way as Viennese classical music or samba are available for the middle classes in Punjab or Algiers. To put it more pointedly, while the mainstream in some countries holds its own against the global spread of international repertoire, the world is becoming smaller in terms of niches. There may be more on offer overall, but the regions of the world hardly differ in what they offer.
What role do large global corporations play in the global music distribution?
The so-called major labels are often accused of privileging the global superstars. Of course, they earn a lot of money with the superstars and invest a lot of money in promoting them globally. Nevertheless, labels are agnostic regarding their repertoire as long as they earn money with it. The big recording companies have subsidiaries in many countries all over the world. And these subsidiaries not only market global superstars, but also national repertoire as long as the market is big enough. Let us look at the French charts again. So of course, the international superstar Benson Boone is distributed with Warner Records, an international record company. But the other artists, so for instance Djungeli and Pierre Garnier, are also distributed by major labels. So Djungeli has a contract with Capitol Music France, which is a subsidiary of Universal Music, and Pierre Garnier signed with Sony Music Entertainment. So the major labels, together with some independent labels, play an important role in promoting and distributing regional music.
How does this change with social media such as YouTube and TikTok?
Success or failure on TikTok is primarily determined by the algorithm, and its logic is almost impossible to understand. This often leads to surprises such as the pre-Fleetwood Mac revival in 2020, which began when the video of a warehouse worker Nathan Apodaca from Idaho went viral. In this video, we see him riding his skateboard, lip-syncing to the Fleetwood Mac Some Creams from 1977 and drinking cranberry raspberry juice from a well-known beverage brand. While the TikTok trend of Fleetwood Mac's Dreams was more or less a coincidence, or at least came about without any help from the music industry, musicians themselves try to set trends, usually by posting a short video online with a catchy choreography or another visual realization and inviting their fans to imitate it. The US rhythm and blues singer Lizzo, for example, achieved this with her song About Damn Time, which was used 1.6 million times as a template for user-generated videos. TikTok campaigns by artists are now an integral part of music marketing.
Where does music on social media come from?
We don't have data from TikTok, but we have a detailed analysis of YouTube channels' origin. And this analysis shows, on the one hand, an enormous diversity, but on the other hand, an extremely uneven distribution across the countries. Media researcher Bernhard Rieder and his colleagues analyzed all YouTube channels with more than 100,000 subscribers. That's more than 150,000 channels. Many channels don't have a country code, so they cannot be assigned to a country. These are the highest columns to the left. Second are, as expected, channels from the United States. Interestingly, Indian channels have a higher number of videos on YouTube, shown in the red column, than US channels. But channels from the United States are much more subscribed, see the orange column, and especially more viewed, green column, than those in India and in all other countries. The form of this diagram, also known as Pareto distribution, is typical for cultural markets in general and music markets in particular. And it applies not just to inequalities between countries, but also between artists within national markets. A small number of stars earns a lot. The numerous less popular artists, the so-called long tail of niche artists, can't hardly make a living from their music.
Why is the income distribution so uneven in the music business?
Economists have been racking their brains over this for a long time. It certainly has something to do with technologies which allow mass distribution at no cost, and with the major labels' marketing muscle. But ultimately, it's us listeners who create superstars. There are three arguments. At the heart of the so-called economics of superstars is the assumption that an artist of high quality at a high price cannot be substituted by a larger quantity of cheaper but mediocre artists. To put it crudely, a Taylor Swift fan does not give up the expensive concert of his or her favorite artist in favor of a series of cheaper concerts with slightly less talented and less preferred artists. Although the differences in quality may be small, the consumers focus on the best. Additionally, artists who already enjoy a high level of attention also arouse the curiosity of those who otherwise make little effort to find interesting music. The larger the fan base, the higher the chance to share cultural experiences with others, and the more frequent the opportunities to learn about the artist and her or his works. In economic terms, superstars reduce our search costs. Finally, when we have discovered our favorite artist, we have little reason to change our mind. The stronger our passion, the more we want to consume it. The benefits that recipients derive from cultural consumption increase through familiarity with cultural goods. In this respect, income disparities in the creative industries do not simply reflect differences in the quality of artistic output, but rather reinforce them. Even non-intended differences in the perception of quality can ultimately lead to enormous inequalities in the music market, where the winner takes it all. Success breeds success. This old saying applies especially to the global music business.
Since we have some minutes before starting, so you will have
Stop looking so nervous, Irving.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. Hello, Europe. Welcome to the 7th annual Eurovision Song Contest convention, Eurovisions. And of course, it's a conference about the Eurovision Song Contest. So we should start it with the Eurovision anthem. So let's all sing together. La 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 la. That's the spirit. So, welcome you all here in Malmö at Malmö University and online, because you can follow this conference on our YouTube and Facebook channels and on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitch and X channel of Dr. Eurovision. This is me, and I introduce my wonderful colleagues Sofia Vieira Lopes and Isabel Campello. The fourth member of our team unfortunately cannot be here today, but she sent us a little welcome message.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carla Figueira. I'm one of the Eurovision conference team. I'm calling from Maputo, Mozambique, and that is why the reason I cannot join you. I'm away on a research trip. However, I am sure you will have a wonderful 2024 edition of the Eurovision conference in Malmö, Sweden. Take it away.
So, to start, we have to thanks to Erin Corey to welcome here in this wonderful university. Thank you, Erin, and thank you for hosting us. You are amazing, and thank you for the musical start, was amazing. So we are so happy, and we also have to thank to Anders Onnerfors for welcoming us here. In fact, for us too, Irving and I, it's the second time, because we met 11 years ago, exactly here in Malmö. So our friendship and our partnership started 11 years ago, exactly here in Malmö, and due to the Eurovision Song Contest, and united by music and united by Malmö, of course. So I need to thank as well to our speakers here, our participants, our science slammers, our musicians too, Henry, Erin, and Korjun online too. I want to thank you, our dear colleague, Wilfred van Dalen here, helping us from the beginning. Thank you. I want to thank Paul Lashmana in the technical part, and as well Felix Herring here on the social media. So I think I don't forget anyone, but I want to thank you people online for staying at home around the world, I hope, for following us and for joining us online too. Thank you everyone, thank you our speakers for helping us to make this a great conference. So I want to thank you to the Dean of the university and this faculty. So I have a video to welcome you to.
Hi there. Welcome to all of you who are participating in this really important and inspiring conference, Music, Identity, Migrations. My name is Annika Olsson. I'm the Dean of the Faculty for Culture and Society here at Malmö University. And I really think it's wonderful to be able to say welcome to all of you who are participating in this Eurovision conference. We all know that we are living in times where the world is troubled, filled with war and violence. This means that what you do and what we stand for as universities are more important than ever. So I wish that you will have 2 fruitful and inspiring days filled with heated but peaceful discussions, science slams, and of course also music. So most welcome to Malmö University, Malmö, and welcome back. Bye.
So it's my turn now. As usual, our conference will have roundtables with very interesting topics around the Eurovision. book launches, and also our Science Slam for early career researchers, and that's today. And since we are dealing with music, we will listen to some Eurovision songs performed by Hojun and by young music students. Actually, they are my students. So we will have 3 different impulses. And this is the time that, without further ado, let's go to the first one. So it is my pleasure to announce Anders Johansson, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name properly. So Anders Johansson has researched popular memory and citizen engagement through art and alternative education in a variety of projects around the world. He has an MA and a PhD in cultural studies and is a senior lecturer at School of Arts and Communication at Malmö University. So please welcome Anders Johansson. You have the press, I'm sorry, Anders, you have to press the button, right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you again for having me. My name is Anders. Looking forward to the talk here. And yes, I'm going to talk about a recent book, the Palgrave Life Writing Series, earlier this year. It is 14 case studies or tracks modeled as a mixtape. And it's kind of a compilation of a series of research endeavors over the years, which I thought could be kind of stringed or played together. It's the stories of subjects journeying through life and how they intervene into history. And it reflects the theme of the day, music, identity, and migration in various ways. It has the subtitle, Movement and Difference in Life Writing. Here's the book. And engaging with subjects' roots and movements through life, migration and so on, but also inner movements. Importantly, I mean, there's a doubleness to this. The coin or the tape has 2 sides, we could say. So it's a metaphor for various things. And it's the movement is also about, I mean, both voluntary and forced changes of location, we can say, but also changes in mindset, which we are, hopefully, I mean, happening in life, but sometimes we're also forced to change mindset. And it's, many of them is about music and also, I mean, the mixtape and so on. And, it's also more importantly about how craft and artist art keeps us up, and how it kind of can be an important moment in life. Yes, let me move on to next slide. And okay. Yeah. I can just talk a little bit more. I'll talk a little bit more about the cassettes and the mixtapes, which I also brought. Yeah. Okay. I'll also speak on. I will come back at some point. The cassette, which you might remember, some of you, has been very influential and for the production and consumption of modern music. And with the cassette, you could record multiple versions of different takes, and you could couple things together. But it also paved way for home studios and home recording, individual recording and dubbing and piracy and so forth. Of course, a mechanism for storing and retrieving this kind of long strip of plastic film coated on one side with iron oxide or chromium oxide, able to record data. Invented in the late 20s, and we have the extension of the large reel-to-reel and so forth in Philips in Holland, 1963, and so forth. A very, very fast history here. And But importantly, mixtape practices flourished in the cassette era of the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, a time where just about anyone with an interest in music occasionally compiled songs on a cassette tape for one's own pleasure or handed it over as a gift or dedication. And as this book and mixtapes were often uneven, and they exhibited the obscure alongside well-known tunes and packaged in handwritten and personally drawn designed inlay cards. So they are these kind of homemade hodgepodge media and storytelling with some affiliation to other small media such as fanzines and scrapbooks and diaries and so forth, maybe even comics. And yeah, you can see here some of my Cornelis Vreeswijk, singing Victor Jara, and what is here? This is from some girl way back. Good night and sleep well, Anders. Yeah, right. And here, in fact, we have some nice inlays kind of songs my mother made me sing, and so on. I mean, the obscure. I mean, here you have a guy, Morten, recording for me in '92, and he put first Leonard Cohen, The Tower of Song, and then ABBA, Our Last Summer, and then Fish. And I mean, so different things put together. And then, interestingly, we have here, fresh from the attic, from some time around 1980 or a little bit later, I in fact recorded some Eurovision songs I can see here. And should we try to test it? So the sound will probably not be good. Technology. Yeah.
How does it work?
My God.
Okay, you already guessed it. Too easy, maybe.
Germany, 1980.
Okay. Sorry, I'll move on. Did we manage to get the... Okay, just the next slide. Yeah, I'm going to just to introduce various figures of the book, music enthusiasts and other crafts, women and men. Several of the portraits in the book deal with individuals with a keen interest in music, or embarking on a life as music performers, or various interested in craft and how they can carry people through things. And yes, here we have the Fish Jubilee singers, which have just a minor role in the book, but you probably know that, I mean, in order to assure the survival of Fisk University in, I think it was 1866, they set down this choir to perform and so on. And in fact, it was very successful, and the university exists to this day. We have Eugene Haynes, who was a school buddy of Miles Davis back in the day. And while Miles Davis, as we all know, pursued jazz, he was into classical piano. And so when he went to train in Europe, in Paris, and met some other young people and writers there, who was, they were friends of Karen Blixen, and he went to train in a summer house outside Copenhagen, and went to drink tea with Karen Blixen and so on. A very odd, interesting friendship, which he put down in his diaries and so on. We have Sixto Rodriguez, who died recently, here with his daughter in center, who apparently his first record sold only 6 copies, but he did much better later on in South Africa and in Australia, where some tapes had traveled, and he became very popular down there. And then his career was reinvigorated by a documentary also later on. We have Victor Cornelius up here conducting in Copenhagen at the Teachers College around 1920. He came to Denmark from St. Croix, the islands, Danish slave colony and so forth, and he was supposed to, in fact, he went to be placed, he was abducted from the island and placed in a cave in Tivoli in 1903 to be shown like a human being and a human exhibition and so on. But he managed to stay in the country and made a career as a music teacher and inspector also on a school in Lolland, southern Denmark. And we have Maja Arulpagazam here with her cover of her second LP, who was born in London to Tamil Sri Lankan exchange students. And but someday her father went out to buy a pint of milk, and he never returned until a year or two later. He was joining the Tamil resistance to train somewhere, and the family moved back to Sri Lanka and then India also. And at some point she returned to London and got interested in visual art and managed to get her into St. Martin's College in eastern London, and it was visual art, but then it became music at some point when Peaches, the artist, showed her a Roland groovebox, and she went to do music, and just staying indoor, never brushing her teeth, as she said, and making music. And it was not so well seen in some places. He was on a terrorist list in the US, so instead of flying to US to do her second album, she earned a lot of money on her first album. She decided to do a world tour, Africa, Australia, and so on, and record with local musicians and unknown people and so on. And that very interesting album, Carla, I might return to it if we have time, is there. And then on the right we have some Long Beach, Californian guys in a band they named Dengue Fever, because the keyboardist Ethan Holzman, he went to Cambodia after he discovered some tapes in the US with Cambodian psychedelic sounds from the late 60s and early 70s, sounds that somehow used Cambodian folk styles, but also picking up what came from transistor radios at the time from American soldiers and so on. So there was this kind of fusion of Cambodian folk music and kind of American psychedelic styles and so on. They went to, Ethan Holzman went to Cambodia, came back with his brother Zach Holzman, the guy with the beard. They went to some Long Beach nightclubs and found a singer in Chomny Mall, which you can see in the center, and they formed a band in 2001. And they sing in Khmer and also in English. And I mean, they are still kind of doing an album last year as well, 2023. But I wanted to say also that, this is odds and ends in this book, and lining up the obscure alongside the more well-known songs and tunes. And this delicate magnetic chain or tape is, of course, here a metaphor for the vulnerability of life, for noise, disruption, distortion, continuity, rewinding and forwarding, copying, and more importantly also life's tendency to sometimes tangle. So we can of course it's also a symbol of love and connection, but let's take the tangle thing here. I mean, this kind of technical melancholia happens sometimes, and I don't know which tape should I test. I'll take. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, you will see what I'm doing. So. And. So we do this. I'm destroying it, yeah. Because this happens sometimes, it got stuck. And this tape is not so important. So, but we have tools, life goes into tangle, and we have this kind of sense that we don't play. We don't play well, and we need to repair things. And we had these tools also back then, and then you just simply do this. And if you're lucky, it can play again. So, and it's delicate, but sometimes life goes into order again. Should we test it that it still works? Yeah, kind of, even though I'm not sure I like that song, but anyway. We can also say that the iconography of the mixtape lives on. Next slide. On Instagram, there's a lot of things going on with tapes and so on, which I was quite surprised to see when I joined Instagram recently, quite late. And we have a My Cat's mixtape, a little box here and so on. And next slide. And there's quite a lot of books also in the field, autobiographies and academic stuff and so on. And especially one mixtape, The Art of Cassette Culture by Thurston Moore. Next slide. I wanted to say a little bit about, we have it here. It's a wonderful book with Thurston Moore from Sonic Youth, kind of collecting stories from friends and so on, and artists, and telling about mixtape they received and given, and showing the artwork behind it as well. And so I don't know if you can see here, but maybe I can try to find, there was a few I wanted to read loud, kind of wonderful. Here's a tape I did for an ex-Polishang Kuan band member. I never gave her it because I had a fight with a boyfriend cause he's an asshole. Then she sent a note to us saying we can't be friends anymore. Boo fucking who. So she didn't get the tape. She's a loser anyway. So, and the mixtape as a form of American folk art. Homespun technology and magic markers turn the mixtape to a message in a bottle. I'm no mere consumer of pop culture, it says, but also a producer of it. Mixtapes mark the moment of consumer culture in which listeners attain control over what they heard, in what order, and at what cost. It liberated us from music stores and radios in the same way radios and recordings liberated generations earlier from the need to be present at the performance of live music. Yeah, very interesting, but I'm not sure it freed us from the radio in that sense. In fact, I remember spending many hours in front of the radio waiting for the right song to be played and so on, and pressing record and so on. So it was, to make a mixtape was a very cumbersome and time-consuming activity, but the better it felt when you were ready with it. And it was also very precious thing to give away, and then sometimes you spend a lot of time. You gave a tape to someone, and maybe he or she didn't really spend much time listening to it. So, but that's just the price you have to pay. And maybe this old media and so on, dying media, has generated some interest today because it's also there's a certain nostalgia around it, and there's some distance to it as well now. So maybe it starts to interest us. And you can say, I mean, also the rise of the cassette, it also spiraled various forms of consumption of music on the move. There was the so-called groove box or ghetto blaster, which was very outward. But then there was also the Walkman, which was very introvert. The privatization of listening and so on, which we also see today. Next slide. Okay, there was just one more about, how it really takes time to make tapes. Rita and I were dating. When we first met, we made tapes for each other about once a week. We were both dependent on music for inspiration, so the tapes became a quick way for us to communicate our feelings to each other without getting too... Actually, it wasn't really a quick way to communicate. Those tapes took hours to make. Okay, next. How am I doing for time? Very well. Okay, got it. So, Kingston, quiet down, I need to make a sound. MIA used to sing on her second album, and I wanted to bring up just two artists, which I mentioned in the beginning before we end for questions or comments, and that's Mia and Denke Fiber, if there's time enough. So let me just see here how I'm doing for times. Let's begin with dengue fever. Yeah, I already said that I gave a little bit kind of a brief history of the band as well. Interestingly enough, there's this dong veng, this kind of two-stringed Cambodian instrument with Zach Holtzman. He kind of fused with a Fender Stratocaster, and to create that instrument you see on Cannibal Courtship here. I think it was their third album, yeah, but it's they use these kind of Cambodian vocal styles fused with Western psychedelic and surf music, and much of this music had, of course, disappeared. The Cambodian original music had disappeared under Pol Pot in '75, so it kind of was almost wiped out. There were some musicians left, and a lot of tapes, luckily, and so on. So it has kind of resurfaced again, and they have kind of resurfing is. But I mean, there could also be critiques of these kind of Western appropriations of Eastern styles and so on. I take that a little bit up in the book as well. But also, I mean, the King Sihanouk in Cambodia before Pol Pot had also encouraged other styles, Latin and French pop and so on, and they're also soon to incorporate Ethiopian jazz into their music. And I wanted to play a clip where we get a sense of the different characters of the band, and they've received some criticism of being a novelty act in the beginning, but I think they really developed. But you may notice at least Ethan Holtzman's electronic organ, which I think is awesome. But can we play that?
I don't know whether this is...
the top link here. This is just a YouTube, and if there's sound, if you click on it, it should be playing. Yeah.
It should.
Should I help you? If we go back to the slide, so. Yeah. Oops. Let me try to click on that. Yeah. I'll go to number 4 here. Then turn up the sound.
Full screen as well?
Oh yeah. I'll just move to the last clip also, so we have time.
Yes.
Just 2 minutes from then I'll
it's
stop.
fine. We are in 20 minutes.
But it's interesting when she was in India or was Sri Lanka, she was watching as 8-9-year-old. She was watching this famous Indian movie Disco Dancer from Maya. Rahul Pagasam, she was watching this Indian movie Disco Dancer from 1982, where Parvati Khan is singing this song Jimmy Adja, and she made a cover of it many years later, and I can really recommend the movie. But I'll just and I wondered if I should play the original from '82, but I choose to play a bit of Amia's. Also, it's a very spectacular video also, so you should see just a few minutes, and that's from that second album. And let's try to And it might also have a little bit of a spirit of Eurovision in the style. I mean, so yeah.
Come back.
Yeah. So and it's been quite a journey to compile this book and from these various kind of research endeavors and engage with a love for music and the global travel of sounds and so forth. And it's mostly been artists and people I didn't know, many I've interviewed and so on. But I also kind of I wonder if we can change slide here. Let's see. Just after this touring of the world, I also dedicate one track or one story to landing at home and engage with my own parents and what they left, found diaries and so on from walks in Lapland and my mother's painting and so on. So it was it's a varied collection. And with this, I would like to end. So that's it. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much, Anders. So the Q&A period is officially open, and I'd like to know if there's any question directed to this wonderful presentation. Sophia, she's the first one.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's not so much a question, it's a thought. Well, while are you talking, I'm thinking on my own research. I worked on the Eurovision Song Contest and the Portuguese national selection, but I have a part about the fandom, yeah, so I found some similarities on your work and in my work. And I was wondering, it's just a thought, but maybe food for your future thoughts, because now people are not recording mixtapes. Maybe they are doing playlists on Spotify and other kind of playlists. So how in the future, if we want to do a work like this, how we can, because it's more intangible than the mixtapes or other physical recordings. So I'm just thinking out loud that it could be a challenge for us in our future research if we want to research these personal memories through music on these playlists. Maybe people don't keep the playlist for so long. I don't know, it's just a thought. I don't know if you are planning to develop your research on these new music media. But yeah, I'm wondering that could be a challenge for us in the future. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Well, I think there's a lot of research into the new kind of digital media and so on, and it's also very important. And of course, it's a huge archive we're developing here. Also, our diaries of Facebook and social media and so on. And it's important to save that somehow. It's also costly to have it in all those kind of servers which take power and so on. And in the old days, we could have all the diaries of the American Civil War, which are in archives and so on. But it's important to have these kind of the histories from below to have them archived, and it goes for our tapes and our playlists and so on. In 100 years, what did people put on this endless jukebox called Spotify and so on? Important to keep that. And I don't have a clue what I will be researching, but it will. I would like to do more on the cassette and the tape technology and so on, because there's not so much there. Maybe I could fill in something there. It's historical, but it's also a historical media studies, which is important. So, yeah.
Any other question?
It is a note, not just a question, but I'm from Ukraine, Olena Zinenko, and I've started with interview of my generation is 90s, and I remember that we listening to this music, and I want to note about effect when I saw a video clip at first. So we did this that you showed us with cassettes, but we only listening to this music. It was very familiar. And when I open video to this music, it was like an invention. It was a lot of insights, and maybe it is interesting to make a research on it. Maybe you have some ideas on these effects, how it connected video and sound, experience, previous, etc.
Any other question? If not, I would like to... oh, sorry, Erin. No? Okay, so I will do one. So I had a lot of cassettes and cassette players, and I remember that I learned jazz themes out of cassettes that a musician made for me. So he collected several songs and themes from different singers, and he thought that that would be a good way to introduce me to jazz. And now I was thinking, did you in your research found any cassettes that were used for that purpose? I mean, for teaching something, like somebody collecting themes to teach some sort of music genre or something? That's my first question. And the second one is, it has nothing to do with that, but there are certain platforms and supports that did not make it as research theme. I'm thinking of the Minidisc, for instance, or DAT. Nobody, I think, as far as I know, researches about these mediums. What do you think that the cassette has, which is so special that it makes you, for instance, research about this particular medium? You can start by the last one, because it's the most interesting.
I think why I found the cassettes so exciting. I also think it's one of the first generations of participatory media, which we talk a lot about today. That things that we call it social media, and it's participatory and so on. But here you could actually you could just steal music yourself and make your own compilation and so on, as I also said in the presentation. So you could compile and you could create your own string, your own narrative and so on. You could share it with friends, you could bring a tape to parties and so on. So for the first time you could take control over music in a way that was out there, and you could record things. I recorded my own guitar playing, of course, which I'm not putting into the book or any public. So it was very. It was a real moment of this kind of what I would call the first social media. And the same with these kind of fanzines and newsletters we produced in sports associations, in which the punks did and so on, which started with sci-fi in the 40s and so on. So it was around the same time, and and it was also it was very new to use when I grew up to have sound, and I don't know if that relates to your former question. I mean, to use sound and video in teaching and so on was new. I mean, today it's everywhere. I mean, back then people used to take a spoon in their hand and they sing to the mirror, but now they put it on Instagram and so on every day and so on. So it's become common. It's become trivial in a way, but there it was, But it also means we can follow a lot of people around the world. There are good things about it as well. I'm not sure how to the Ukraine question, but if I got your question right. But we can talk afterwards, maybe if so. Yeah.
So I think we'll have to finish and make a short break. Are there any other questions? Yeah, we will have a short break now. So thank you very much, Anders, again. Let's give Anders a round of applause. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And now we'll have a short break of 5 minutes. For those of you who will not leave the room, there will be a video of young musician students who were challenged to sing ABBA songs. Most of them did not know any ABBA song or had even heard of ABBA except for Mamma Mia. So if you're curious, you can watch it. If not, you can leave and catch some air, have a coffee, and be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Hey everybody, this is Isabel Campillo from Eurovisions. What you're about to see in a couple of minutes is some of my students who were challenged to sing some ABBA songs. Some of them had never even heard of them. So I hope you enjoy it, and please stay tuned for the rest of the conference. Thank you. Olá, então, como é que te chamas?
Nádia,
Que idade tens?
12.
Olha, o que é que tu vais cantar?
Money, money, money dos ABBA.
E já conhecias a canção?
Sim.
De onde?
De uma amiga.
De uma amiga que te mostrou?
Sim.
Ok, muito bem. Então vamos a isso, Nádia.
In my dreams, I have a plan. If I got me a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to work it all. I fool around and never bore. Money, money, money must be funny in the rich man's world. Money, 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 how is sunny in the rich man's world. All the things I could do if I had a little money. It's a rich man's world. It's a rich man's world.
Então, como é que te chamas?
Eu chamo Maria Beatriz.
E quantos anos tens?
Tenho 12 anos.
E o que é que vais cantar na festa?
Eu vou cantar o The Winner Takes It All dos ABBA.
E já conhecias a canção?
Não.
Nunca tinhas ouvido?
Não, eu conheci porque a minha professora me disse para cantar numa apresentação no final do ano. I don't wanna talk about things we've gone through. The dog is hurting me. Now it's history. I've played all my cards, and that's what you've done too. Nothing more to say. No more race to play. The winner takes it all. Losers standing small beside the victory. That's our destiny.
Olá!
Olá,
Então, qual é o teu nome?
chamo Beatriz Cardoso,
Que idade é que tens, Beatriz?
tenho 17 anos.
Então, e o que é que tu vais cantar na festa?
Vou cantar o SOS dos ABBA.
E olha, já conhecias a canção?
Sim, conhecia por causa do filme Mamma Mia.
Muito bem. Ok, obrigada. te chamas?
Sou Ian Rosado, tenho 21 anos. Eu conheço esta música, o Dancing Queen, conheci através do filme da Mamma Mia.
E esta versão do Luís Capaldi?
É muito boa.
Então, vamos ouvir um bocadinho. When you get the chance,
you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat from the tambourine, oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Oh, see that girl, watch dancing, taking the dancing queen.
E quantos anos tens?
12.
E olha, já conhecias o Gimme Gimme?
Não.
Foi a primeira. E agora vamos para o rapaz. Como é que te chamas?
Rafael,
Rafael. Quantos anos tens?
16.
E tu já conhecias o Gimme Gimme?
Conheci um bocadinho, já tinha ouvido.
A big applause for the wonderful students of Isabel Campello. You did a wonderful job. And we will have other students and not students anymore who will do a wonderful job in our Science Slam. As you know, since the very first Eurovision conference in 2018, an integral part of our show is a Science Slam where early career researchers can present their Eurovision related research, because we all think that there are so many bachelor, master theses, also doctoral theses that are just sleeping like Sleeping Beauty in some libraries all over Europe, and we want to discover them and to show them to a broad public. And you can help our Science Slammers to be the winner of this year's Eurovision's Science Slam edition. In order to do that, you just have to log into tweetback.de/W7ZB, and then you will get the link where you can vote, not only for your favorite, but you have 2 votes. So if you're supporting one of your friends here, you have also the chance to vote for another presentation. All those who are scientifically and technically very up to date, they can just scan the QR code on the stream and log in and vote for their favorite presentation. We have put these original presentations online. They have been online for a few weeks so that you had time to discover the individual research in our YouTube channel and on our website. And today they will be our Science Slammers. They will have to defend their research, and in order to do so, they will get support from a very, very great Eurovision researcher, and I'm very proud to welcome here today Alf Björnberg. Alf will be the chair for the 3 Science Slammers, and in the first round we will have Ricardo Duarte, Miriam Weber, and Tural Abdullah. So, let the show begin.
Thank you. As I have already been presented, I don't have to do this myself. I'd just like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. It's an honor and a great pleasure. I see my job here primarily as one of keeping track on time. We have exactly 10 minutes for each slammer, so I won't say much more. The time will start soon. So take it away, Ricardo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming and thank you for watching. My name is Ricardo Duarte, and I'm a PhD candidate with the New University of Lisbon, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities. In Portuguese, that's Universidade Nova de Lisboa, Faculdade de Ciências Sociais e Humanas. Now that was a mouthful. I started my PhD in 2019, or my PhD studies in 2019, and the idea behind it was what I do professionally, which is ESL teaching. ESL stands for English as a Second Language. And pairing that up with something that I love. I'm an avid Eurovision fan. I have been for many years. And I thought, well, why not? How can I join these two facets of my life and combine them and work on develop something which I love and something that I want to work with. And I thought, well, why not try and find how Eurovision can best serve as a tool for ESL learning and ESL teaching. And I had already experimented with things like fill in the gaps exercises, where I presented a Eurovision song and left out a few words and left it up to my students to figure out what those words were when I played the song, which helped to develop their listening skills and their comprehension skills, as well as with more advanced students, perhaps we analyzed the text of a few songs. However, that's not really what sets Eurovision apart from general mainstream pop or music. So obviously I had to pry a little deeper and see what was specific about Eurovision and how best it could be used to help develop their ESL skills. Well, I started then asking my students to do presentations and do a little bit of research on their own about contemporary issues and perhaps issues dealing with world and European and perhaps a little bit more broadly world issues that may be represented at Eurovision in some way. And some of those topics that were introduced were the importance of queer visibility at Eurovision. At the time, the Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine had started, so that was a new conflict going on in Europe. The Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict was kind of like spreading up at different times throughout from the time that I had started my PhD studies, so that also proved to be a popular topic. And more recently, the conflict in the Middle East. Now, some of these, those were some topics that students chose, and some of them I introduced. And but I left the topics open to my learners and let them choose a topic. Those were just some ideas I put out. Some of them came up with their own ideas. For example, the history, how Eurovision reflected European history. And that was done last year with a student in grade 10 at a high school in Lisbon, where she used Eurovision, for example, the Norwegian song from 1991, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, which is called Brandenburger Tor, as well as an Austrian song, which also reflected the fall of the Berlin Wall in the early 90s of Europe. So that was so some of those ideas were quite surprising, pleasantly surprising, and what I've noticed is that from then up until now, different conflicts have developed in and around Europe, and those conflicts were were used as research or ESL research for ESL presentations. And as they have been developing, students have been using them to their advantage. So far, what I have noticed is this evolution of historical events that are happening, are sort of are sprouting up, and they're changing, and they're developing, and I think that's where Eurovision is unique, because Eurovision provides an opportunity for intercultural communication and intercultural communicative competence by students using what's going on to their advantage and to their ESL learning skills. And so as time goes by, these conflicts, let's say, or these issues are reflected, maybe even subtly, however subtly they may be reflected, but are there. And so learners have been taking them and using them to talk and discuss and perhaps even debate what is going on in contemporary Europe. And perhaps that is what sets Eurovision apart from mainstream pop and more mainstream music. And this niche provides is an ongoing song event, is an ongoing contest that reflects European, what contemporary European history, and what is going on, reflects what is going on in Europe and around Europe. So this perhaps is where my research has been leading me to. This reminds me of another presentation that was done by a high school student in Lisbon as well, which was the song Depois do Adeus. If a random song, which accrued a measly 3 points in 1974, can go on and spark a revolution, it signifies that Europe has the power to help transition the country from the oppression of dictatorship to the freedom of democracy. So if a Eurovision song can do that and change the course of history of a whole country, then imagine the potential for ESL learning.
Thank you. You kept within the time limits, so we have a few seconds for comments here, which I have been assigned the task to make. It's a very interesting topic, I think. I'm not into the science of education myself, but my experience is, had this been presented in that context here in Sweden, the first question would have been, how do we evaluate the results in terms of student results, or perhaps the subjective experience of the students of this method of learning? But I guess my colleagues in that department would have asked for quantitative data. How do we know that this works? Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, well, ESL learning is ongoing. It's something that progresses over time, and it's something that comes with practice. So they may not have visible kind of like quantitative results or immediate quantitative results, but it contributes to the overall learning progress, learning process is what I meant to say, of acquiring English as a second language.
Thank you. Another comment. I have 10 seconds left. I think it's a very fascinating and illustrating account which describes sorry, how different subjects in the secondary schooling sort of tend to merge with each other, and I think that's something we all have experienced in recent times. So, thank you very much, Ricardo. And now I give the microphone to Miriam.
Hello, good morning. My name is Miriam Weber. I'm from Germany, from the eastern part of Germany, and I graduated my university last autumn with a bachelor's degree, which I wrote about the TikTok entertainment partnership of the Eurovision Song Contest and what are the chances of risk of that. And as we were told that we have 2 minutes, I'm trying to keep it as short as possible. Yes, at first I compared the chances and the risks of TikTok and YouTube without any relation to the Eurovision Song Contest to look what they could bring to the Eurovision Song Contest as a social media platform. For example, TikTok is more contemporary. You reach a younger target group than on YouTube, but YouTube is the bigger social media platform, as it is the second most used social media platform in the whole world. And actually, as a fun fact, it's the biggest search engine in the internet, which I didn't know before I wrote my bachelor thesis. Yes, and so there are certain risks and chances for the Eurovision Song Contest using these social media platforms. I focused on YouTube and TikTok as they are both the main video platforms or video-focused platforms in the world right now. And then I defined external and internal influences on the Eurovision marketing, such as the fans, the press, also the image of the Eurovision Song Contest, and also the show, the broadcasters. These influences I defined by talking to German Eurovision experts, such as Irving, which was pretty insightful, I think. I had a few younger persons and a few elderly persons, so I had different opinions on using TikTok, such as what's with the press freedom, and also, yeah, it was pretty insightful what elderly and younger people thinking about it, because younger people tend to not be as concerned about using TikTok in the Eurovision marketing, such as elderly people, because they are not the target group of TikTok. And then I looked at the content of the Eurovision Song Contest on YouTube in the year 2019, and also on TikTok and YouTube in the year 2022. I couldn't use the year 2021 as the first year of the entertainment partnership with TikTok, because it was still too much influenced by COVID, because people were using social media way more in the year of COVID because they had to stay at home. There weren't as many people in the arena in 2021, so it was not as valid as the year 2022. And then I combined all these parts and looked how these chances and risks of YouTube and TikTok are enhancing or restricting these influences on the marketing of Eurovision, such as as the press freedom. If TikTok with their controversials are restricting the press freedom, if they are if there's a chance that songs are more likely to have a better placing if they went viral on TikTok beforehand, such as Alessandra last year, and which I figured out was pretty central, is that the Eurovision shouldn't focus on TikTok as the main social media platform, because it's used for a younger target group, and they should more focus on every target group, because the Eurovision Song Contest is not just for the young people, but also for the people who grew up with the Eurovision Song Contest, who watched the Eurovision Song Contest in 1960 and 1970. They should also be talked to on social media. And what they should do is broaden up their use of social media and using different social media platforms for different content, because every social media platform has their advantages and disadvantages, and Eurovision Song Contest can use all of them in a very good way because they have a lot of content and a lot of people who are watching it. So yeah, that's my research.
Thank you very much. I realized when I first watched your presentation on YouTube that I hadn't realized that TikTok actually now is an official entertainment partner of Eurovision. And I found that surprising and quite interesting. Now, what interests me here is how actually do you, in any reliable way, measure the influence of social media? You talked about on YouTube, I think, of the metrics of social media marketing, and this is, of course, a crucial concept in this connection. Could you elaborate a bit on that? How do you measure these things in any reliable way? I think, if I get you right, you rely quite a lot on interviews, but apart from that, are there quantitative data of any kind?
I researched a lot on YouTube and TikTok by themselves and looked what are some similarities between the platforms, and I compared them to each other, such as what is the length of the videos, how is the platform built. Like on YouTube you have to search for a video, on TikTok you're getting the videos, you're not searching for them most of the times, they recommend them to you. Then how long are the videos? On YouTube, the longer the video is, the more successful it is, because you can just ads can be placed on a video when you're over 10 minutes. On TikTok right now, videos cannot be longer than 5 minutes. And how are the people interacting with it? What are the target groups? Because on YouTube, there's like everyone is represented. It's not for the younger people, it's for everyone, because you can watch tutorials, you can watch editorial, whatever. You can watch everything on YouTube. On TikTok, I think half the people that are there are like 14 to 29 years old. Everyone else, like the target group of 59-year-olds, are like 11% on TikTok, which will develop in further years. So we will have an older target group on TikTok, as we have seen on Facebook, as we have seen on Instagram. But right now it's for the younger people. And these are things that I compared to each other and looked if they are beneficial for the for the marketing of the Eurovision Song Contest. And I looked what the Eurovision Song Contest actually wants to do as in their marketing strategies. They have to reach all the people. They have to reach the existing fans, and they have to reach new fans or new people who didn't know about the Eurovision Song Contest. And the Eurovision Song Contest is not a product which is just of the recent years, which you brought new to the market and you have to reach new people. No, it's you have such a long history and so many fans, and you have to reach everyone. And it's pretty complicated, but you have to look if which social media platform is actually contributing to these marketing targets.
Yeah. Just another question from my own ignorance here. What does it actually mean that TikTok is an official entertainment partner? How much of unique material is presented on TikTok which doesn't appear on any other platform?
I think the most prominent thing that TikTok has, and which rubs all the fans the wrong way, is that they have that they can film the first dress rehearsals. No, the first rehearsals they are doing, and every other press media is not allowed to film or be there. So they have the exclusive rights to be at the first rehearsals, which a lot of people, were rubbed the wrong way because it was considered to, So just that's the most important thing.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I immediately hand the mic over to Toro.
Thank you. And good morning, Europe, and good evening, Australia. So, my name is Tural Abdullah, and I'm originally from Azerbaijan, and I just recently graduated from Estonian Academy of Music and Theatre, and my MA was on cultural management. And so I did research on to investigate basically what cultural factors may affect on televoters while they are watching Eurovision Song Contest. With that, actually, with the results, it helped me also to develop that there's 3 types of voters. So first is the rational voter, which is basically looking all the songs, and they are defining, oh, I want to watch this song, and if that song doesn't go to the, let's say, finals, then they are choosing B, C, and etc. In emotional voter, it's basically like how song basically emotionally affects them, or like whether there is any other situations affecting on the voter, like let's say war in Ukraine and etc. And then we have also cultural voter, which is basically neighbor and diaspora. In neighbor, I was basically looking countries with borders within 50 kilometers. And for diaspora voting, it's about, let's say, I'm Azerbaijani living in Estonia. And by that, I want to support my country. I will just vote for my own country. In general, I collected like 68,000 voting data, which I only used, let's say, 8,000 data, and it's only for 8 years, from 2014 and 2022, skipping, of course, COVID. And my variables is points of televotings, and jury, it was used as average. Then I have running order, lyric language, then artist origin, where they are coming from, then distance, as I said, then country language, and corruption score, then diaspora relative size, and then gender. So actually, the findings was also interesting. It showed that quality in general is statistically significant, and generally televoters also supported, like basically they were voting also as similar to a jury in average. Then regarding gender, I found out that overall I know that females were most of the time winners of Eurovision Song Contest. However, in these 8 years, it shows that a solo female artist has slightly disadvantage statistically. Then also, I found out that there's neighbor and diaspora voting. And for example, in Norway, previously when Bosnia-Herzegovina and Turkey was participating, they were getting their highest points. But now, since they are not there, for example, Lithuania is taking place in diaspora voting, and Norway most of the time gives their high points to Lithuania. Then I don't know what else, but I think you can ask questions, and because like, yeah.
Thank you very much. Just a very short biographical note. In 1989, I wrote an article where I made a very, very, very superficial analysis of what was called block voting from some hypothesis of could there be any statistically significant patterns of that. And I argued that there were, from a small sample of voting results. My first question is this a problem, do you think? Or rather, you outline the distinction between rational, emotional, and cultural voters. Would you say any of these is the ideal? Is it a problem that there are these different kinds of voters?
Okay, in generally, I mean, like, it's not the only probably voters, but these voters, my studies basically suggesting. And, well, for example, like, at some point, perhaps it could be problematic in that regard. For example, when war affects us, then basically people are becoming emotional and voting, let's say, it was a case, I don't know whether it was the case, but like, let's say when Ukraine won and there was war happening, and I think like it was not fair perhaps to other countries who was, I mean, like, all the countries are preparing super strong to the Eurovision each year, but like if this emotional voting happening, then it's kind of like not fair to the other countries, and then they are deciding, oh, if it's happening, why we want to attend in the Eurovision Song Contest. I don't know whether it's answering the question or...
Thank you. From a Swedish perspective, this has been a theme since Sweden started taking part in the Eurovision Song Contest. And public service media officials asked the public, which, or by at that time the juries voting, you have to vote for the song, not for the artist. And in one of the Swedish preliminaries in the 1960s, there were 6 songs, but they were all sung by the same artist in order to sort of eliminate the effect of the artist. If the same person sings all songs, the only difference is the quality of the song.
Perhaps like in the beginning, it was aimed for music-wise, like a radio show, let's say, a Eurovision being a radio show. But like since world is changing every day, and now like other things also affect. Actually, I also wanted to add music genre, but since I'm not coming from musical background, it was kind of like hard for me to define like what type of songs and etc. As well as I was also thinking to add the titles and what kind of like message the song conveys, as well as, for example, colors, because like the colors also giving ideas of I don't know how to say that word, but yeah, colors basically also has these meanings, and it will be also nice to look.
I think what we have discussed here is a very clear indication that the simple question, which song is the best, tends to involve a very large number of variables. And coming myself from musicology, which when I started studying, still had quite a lot of unspecified notions of musical autonomy. Musical is in some way or other autonomous from social and cultural and other factors. There are matters of musical quality which you sort of could pick out and eliminate all other influences, which were then considered irrelevant in the context of selecting the best song. I find your work very interesting as a sort of detailed mapping of what these other variables actually are. And in my mind, this serves to any sort of simple notions of musical quality tend to very quickly be problematized and questioned in the context of Eurovision, which is one of the fascinating things about this contest. Oh.
Perfect timing. So we are opening the questions and answer session. So all the viewers at home, don't forget that you can feel free to ask your questions in the commentary sections on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch and X. And I guess we have lots of questions here in the public, and I will come up to Paul.
Thank you. Hi. First of all, thank you and congratulations to all of the Science Slammers participating this year. I know as mostly early career scholars, it can be intimidating and daunting to make yourself intellectually vulnerable in public and on the internet, no less. So thank you all for your work and congratulations. My question is for Miriam. Thanks for sharing your research. Over the past couple years, Eurovision has increasingly targeted and appealed to both viewers and financial sponsors from outside of Europe, specifically in the United States and elsewhere. I know many a friend in the US who became a Eurovision fan because it came up on their TikTok feed. But in the past couple of years, we've also seen government intervention on TikTok in a lot of these countries outside of Europe. China uses Douyin, TikTok is banned in India, and TikTok may very well be banned in the US by the end of this calendar year. And so in light of this government intervention, I wonder what you think is at stake for the ways in which fans outside of Europe engage with the contest via social media. And not just TikTok, of course. After 2015, YouTube or the EBU geo-blocked live performances from 2016 on in the United States. So I'm wondering how do these government interventions in TikTok in countries outside of Europe affect the way that these fans are going to engage with the contest in the future? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. That's a pretty hard question because we don't know what TikTok is going to develop into in the US right now because there's still investigations going on. I think the great advantage or the great chance of using TikTok is that people from all over the world can interact with the Eurovision Song Contest. They can make their lists, they can make reactions to it, and they don't have to be a great videographer. They can be a normal person at home, 14 years old, and they can make their content on TikTok, and they will be maybe going viral or have a lot of views because Eurovision is very well received on TikTok. I think it's probably going to be pretty hard for people outside of Europe to interact with the Eurovision Song Contest if TikTok is banned, for example, in the US. But I think you still have YouTube, for example. In 2018, I think the trend started that there are videos on YouTube where Americans are reacting to the Eurovision Song Contest and like, wow, it's so crazy, how are the Europeans like that? And it's even on late night TV shows. For example, what is his name? Oliver John Oliver. Yeah, that's there. It was on James Corden, I think. So I think you don't have to be on TikTok, and it's not. it's not depending on TikTok. I think that's the right thing. You can also use YouTube, you can use Instagram, and I think these platforms, as they are run from the US most of the times, are not in a position to be banned or anything. So I think it's not the biggest problem if people from the US cannot access TikTok, because they are still able to make content, they are still able to watch the contest. So I think it will not influence the Eurovision Song Contest too much.
Thank you, Miriam. And the next question is from our media partner, ESC Insight.
Hi, thanks very much. I have a question for Taral. I wanted to ask about your research and whether you looked at semi-final voting patterns or just final voting patterns. And if you looked at semi-final voting patterns, given that the contest has recently changed to taking away juries and moving to semi-final televotes only, what your thoughts are on that, and how your research looking at 2014 to 2022, what that can tell us about what we can expect. Because I'm really intrigued if you're saying televoters are picking things that are similar to the jury, what that means for some of the acts that we're going to see coming out and what people will be looking for in a televote.
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, in my research, I only unfortunately looked the finals and not the semifinals. It was also because, like, in the finals, let's say, there's six more countries, like the winner and top 5, I mean, like, direct finalists, and that's why I couldn't do that one. And regarding this year, actually, since every year they are changing the rules, and I was also looking at that. For example, the order of the performance, in my research, it says that whoever performing last, they are getting high points in average. However, this year, as you know, they are changing again the rules, and in the final, the voting will start from the first song rather than waiting till the end. I think like it will actually change a lot. And this year, I think it depends like which countries will be in the final. But I think whoever has the biggest diaspora, they will get like higher notes. Yeah.
Okay, we have a question from our online audience. Wilfred.
Yep, that's correct. Here's a question from Liz, actually, for Miriam. Is the future intention for the Eurovision Song Contest to approach TikTok influencers to gain greater audience share / voting on the night? What do you think?
That's pretty interesting. It was a question I questioned myself when I made my research. But the thing is, there's not a lot of lot of valid information right now to really conduct a research about it, because we have so few people in the last years who went viral on TikTok, such as Sam Ryder or even Riley last year. And Sam Ryder, for example, made a 2nd place, and Riley for Denmark last year didn't even qualify for the finale. And for example, Riley was more famous in Asian target groups, so it would be interesting if on the night of the semi-final, which he participated in, if there were more Asian viewers, as Eurovision Song Contest, for example, is right now banned in China, as I think, yes. So there's not a lot of Chinese watchers or viewers who will watch the Eurovision Song Contest. So I think we will have to see if there's more people who will be viral on TikTok and how it's developing over the years. For example, this year, I think we don't have anyone who's very has a lot of followers on TikTok, for example. So I don't know if it will be a great influence, as also the performance on the night of the grand final is the most important thing for the voting, and I don't think TikTok will influence the whole contest too much in the future, but it's just my prediction without any valid information right now.
Thank you. Last.
Got one more question. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just had. We'll come back to you shortly, but here a question from the audience.
I have a question about neighbors. You told about neighbors, and there are countries that are not participate. Russia, for example, and funds from Russia vote for some other countries. Do you have information about geolocation of who is voting? And maybe you have data on for whom Russian funds vote. Sometimes people say that for Bulgaria, for Serbia, etc.
Unfortunately, I don't have that data. No. But also, I also wanted to talk about, let's say quickly, about these neighboring countries. Even I'm putting like 50 kilometers, as I said, borders. For example, in Azerbaijan and Armenian case, they are also neighbors, and our music is very similar. But like in the finals, we never vote to each other. So. Yeah.
Okay, so before I close this question and answer session, just a very short question to Ricardo. Do you fear with all these Eurovision songs that are produced in English by non-native English speakers that if you use these songs for teaching English, this could have a negative impact, that they suddenly sing or say, "Undo my sad"?
Actually, I do not see a lot of grammatical inaccuracy at Eurovision, lyrics of Eurovision. I don't think that one thing which is statistically true is that ESL learners understand other non-native speakers better than they do native speakers. So I think that's perhaps a contribution more than it is a hindrance to ESL learning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you to all the Science Slammers and to Alf Björnberg for this very insightful first round of the Science Slam. Stay tuned for the second round. We will be back in a few minutes.
a pleasure to meet you due to the technology. So we will kick off this session. We are just a few minutes late, but I will do a sign to our host, Karen. So I pass to Karen Fricker, and thank you so much for coming from Canada here and help us to make this great session. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thanks. Thank you, Sophia, and thanks for inviting me to be here. My name is Karen Fricker. I've been involved in Eurovision research for coming up on 20 years now. And I want to echo Paul's thanks to the Science Slammers for putting yourselves forward and putting early research out there. That's a bold thing to do. And we're here to support you and to help you, to give you feedback and to help you shape your ideas. Thank you also, Liz, who's on the line from Wales. So we have 10 minutes for each speaker. They have been invited to summarize their research in a couple of minutes, having presented it over 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes on a YouTube video. And so we're going to start with Liz Walder from the University of Wales, Trinity St. David. And Liz is going to share her screen. And Liz, I'm starting your timer now. So can you tell us about your research? And you're very welcome.
Okay, thank you, Sophia, Isabel, and Irving for the organisation of this conference. And here are the results of the British jury. No, actually, seriously, I picked this title in every corner of the world because I wanted to use a great Eurovision quote that included everyone and everything. And hello, everyone from Wales in the UK to everyone at Eurovision Science Slam and the conference. Hopefully you watched my video so you know that I'm an academic from the UK with a love of architecture. And like Ricardo in Science Slam 1, I wanted to find a way to link together my two loves, Eurovision and buildings. Now, in case you think I come across as very serious, I don't. These are some pictures of me. Laughter is the best medicine, even when I'm on site in a hard hat. That was taken a few weeks ago. My dog is featured here because some of you, if you've watched the video, you know he had a starring role about 2 seconds in. Here are some of the buildings that are going to form the case studies for my research, and you can see there I put them into the 3 strands, which in summary is looking at how I'm going to explore the relationship between architecture and Eurovision. So there's the venues, which is the obvious starting point. Then there's the backdrops and the scoring parts, and then there's also reading of the postcards. So I'm at the beginning of my research. I have already watched a lot of Eurovision, and you can see there I explained some case studies in the previous slide and also in the video I did talk about and show some case studies, and the outcome I'm hoping to draw together some sort of significant influences between architecture and Eurovision, so watch this space.
Thank you, Liz. I'm going to be talking to the laptop here because the camera's on, so apologies if I'm going back and forth. Thank you, Liz, so much for your research. And I will say, in my experience, this is a very original approach because I don't know of any study yet of the relationship of architecture to Eurovision. So you're on to a good one there. And you have 3 areas of focus: venues, postcards, and scoring presentations. Can I start with venues? Because in your video, you talk about, for example, the Point Depot in Dublin, which hosted Eurovision a number of times. And most of the venues that host Eurovision already exist. The only venue that I know of that was actually built for Eurovision was the Crystal Hall in Baku. So usually you're dealing with existing built environment. So can you talk to us as an architecture scholar about how having an event in an existing venue can shape or change the meaning of the venue? Is that the tree you're barking up there?
Yeah, so a bit. So Dublin has had a lot of wins. Ireland has had a lot of wins, and the Point Theatre has hosted it 3 times. Other venues in Dublin have also hosted it, and the Point Theatre has had investment and rejuvenation through money come through Eurovision. One of the things that's really interesting, which is a sort of double negative about this, is, I don't want to prejudge anybody here, but the UK is desperate to win Eurovision. And as you all probably know, and so but they do make a big issue about, oh, it's going to cost too much money. So when they hosted it in Liverpool last year on behalf of Ukraine, it was seen as a great, kind of not exactly a win, but a great stand-in for the UK. But there was a lot in the UK media about the cost of Eurovision. Do we really want to be part of it? And the UK, the building that was selected for it, there was a sort of contest throughout the UK, and Liverpool, excuse me, Liverpool won, and the building that it was in was already built. It was, as I mentioned in the video, was part of the regeneration of Liverpool in 2008. So I think it is really looking at what buildings have been selected and why, and then how Eurovision, being hosted there changes that building in terms of not just Eurovision participants, but for participants of the city.
Thank you. And regarding the postcards, could you kind of synopsize where your thinking is at this part about how built architecture shown through postcards is mobilized by Eurovision competitors to support their act?
So sometimes the postcards are filmed in the home country who is hosting. Sometimes they're filmed in the home country of the artists. And that's something I excuse me, have to discover why. I haven't really gone into that yet. Sometimes the host country wants to show off. They see the videos from the artist, or the artist contacts them and they find an appropriate location. For example, I don't know because I haven't gone into all of the postcards, but for example, a garage act, garage music might be filmed in a garage. That would be British sense of humour would do that. Whether anybody else in Europe would do that, but that's the kind of relationship I'm kind of going to look at. I understand that not every Eurovision has had actual postcards with places, so I'm only drawing out specifically buildings, but I will have to say in the research why I haven't selected X, Y, Z postcards. Some years they've been animations, and I was looking at some Luxembourg ones this week, and they're mostly cartoons from Luxembourg, so there isn't any architecture to look at in that vein.
And in terms of the voting presentations, I find that quite interesting because, as we know, when the representative of the country presents the votes, they have such a short amount of time to try and communicate something. And so you have focused on extremely iconic buildings like the Eiffel Tower and the Sydney Opera House.
Well, the Sydney Opera House is kind of what started all this, because we teach that to students as a case study of how a building can be wonderful from an architectural point of view, but then how it can all go a bit wrong when the architect has a disagreement with the client and is fired, and then someone else has to finish the job. And so Sydney Opera House, when I saw it, I would love to show the world about Jørgen Utzon from Denmark and the whole journey that he went through with Australia and how it was finished by Ove Arup and Peter Rice. But I don't have that platform to do that. But Eurovision is going out to, 16 million, whatever. And the Sydney Opera House pops up. And I was like, wow, there it is. 2 seconds of the Sydney Opera House. And I said that to my colleagues, and they were like, this is the moment. This is when you can jump onto that stage, and this is when you can talk about architecture. So the Sydney Opera House, when I put the presentation together, the video, I started talking about the Sydney Opera House, and I was like, oh yeah, the Eiffel Tower. Oh yeah, they're both iconic in their own way. They're different things, in architectural terms. The Eiffel Tower is not a building because nobody lives in it, and that's a definition of a building. But they're both memorable and iconic and inspirational, perhaps as well. Which in my video I use these words that were applicable, I felt, to both architecture and Eurovision.
So, as we only have a couple minutes left, Liz, you've shared that you're at the beginning stages of this research, and you are someone who already has your doctorate. So can you talk about what do you see this becoming? Is it a paper? Is it a chapter? Like how are you going to shape this going forward?
The idea is really to publish. So I work within a business unit called Quick within the university, Trinity St David in Swansea. And as you say, I already have a doctorate, so I don't need another one. That was 6 years anyway, so there's a lot of work. But I I'm at a stage in my academic journey where I can choose my research projects, and this came up, through my loves of it and exploring the subject. And I thought, why not? Hey, I talked to people in the university, I talked to my colleagues, and my academic director, and they were like, well, why don't we look for a book at the end of it? So that's kind of where we're going with it. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your succinct presentation, Liz, and I'm sure, hopefully there's a lot of questions that have come up for folks that we can ask in the larger question period to respond to you and help you further shape your research.
Yeah.
So we'll move on now to our next presenter, who is Renata, who is from Bosnia.
Yes, can you hear
Renata
me?
Jukovic. Did I get that right?
Yes.
And you are a theater student. I'm a theater professor, so hello.
Hello.
I am going to reset my clock here. Hang on one second.
But I'm an artist, so bear with me. It's very easy that the lost of thoughts gets lost.
I mean, I told her already that she's already shared to the world that she has an idea for a Balkan jukebox musical, and I am all in. So if anybody wants to get into the bottom floor funding that, let's go.
Everybody, please, I have a production house back home, so please share contact.
So Renata, the stage is yours to tell us about your research.
So, hello everyone. My name is Renata, and my research has 3 stages to it. But basically, what I'm most curious is what Eurovision means for a country, or in this context, what does Bosnia competing on Eurovision means? And sadly, because it's not happening, I feel like it's a very important topic, especially because our national broadcaster doesn't really seem plans to make that happen anytime soon. And it has a lot to do with how Eurovision itself is represented in media, because it is represented as a very ridiculous competition, which in a way it is, but it's also ignoring how the Eurovision itself started, which was the peacemaking and peace building in the whole Europe. And in our context, in the Balkan context, it has done a great deal of that, because it's those songs, especially like when Serbia won in 2007, the whole region came together. And now, for instance, when Baby Lasagna is doing really great in the odds, we're all rooting for one another. And it's a very maybe banal example, but it totally makes sense, because Balkans itself are a little bit banal region in how our post-war situation in the context of social and political situation is. So I do think we need the out-of-the-box way to further this peace building. So that's why Eurovision and Bosnia, that's why I think it's so important to start this conversation. And it's also, again, I will come back to media, but Bosnia is often represented just as this post-war country, but there is so much a bigger identity. There is a contemporary Bosnian identity that often gets neglected, because when a war happens, then you're only a war country. So Eurovision is also an amazing platform where, you get artists such as Dean, such as Laka, that show that, there's so much beautiful musical and cultural scene happening in Bosnia. And Eurovision is such a huge platform where all of you guys from all over Europe and further get to see us. So it's really to create this Bosnian contemporary cultural and artistic identity that is meaningful and impactful, because maybe in the region we are kind of aware of our scene, but we're still a very small region. So just because something is known in the Balkans, and again, Europe is here to connect the whole Europe, so and it often feels that Balkan is one thing and Europe is another thing. So I'm really happy to get this opportunity to kind of, because that is what Eurovision is about, for all of us, Europe, to be there together. So Bosnia to Eurovision.
Thank you, Renata. So can I tease this out a little bit? Because I know from your video that you get to this, that you are a cultural producer.
Yes.
And you have a project that you want to do to get to your goal, which is eventually to get Bosnia back in Eurovision.
Yes, and then host it in Sarajevo.
So what's the plan?
Oh, I have it. So first is exactly this plan. I'm very thankful to Riven, because I didn't know such platform as this conference exists. Because sadly, we have to go through we have to appeal to the public, and I think this is a great way to appeal when I can say that I have professors and people with PhDs backing me up on this one. But it's basically, first we want to really try to change the public's mind. And right now we're in pre-production of developing a first Bosnian pre-party. It will most likely happen next year, but we are in serious discussions with the artists and from all over the region. We also are trying to so we're also trying to really connect with the rest of the region, because, for instance, often it's not that artists really come to Bosnia, so it's also to change that. And Eurovision is a great platform, because suddenly you have, you know, from all over the Europe. So that's kind of the first step. But then we also want to bring the national finale. That is a bigger piece of the cake. But, you know, Balkans is a small region, so we know someone will know someone. So we're kind of growing to that networking stage, which is also going quite well. Because we have found people, some of the past Bosnian participants who are very invested in the idea. So we are also actively communicating with them. And then once we kind of open the field, you know, that the media attention is existing there, then that's the time when the musical would happen. That's kind of the idea.
So the musical is a part of the plan.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm so excited. So something that's really interesting to me about what you're talking about, which strikes me as slightly paradoxical, but I bet you can unpack it, is that on the one hand, you're talking about how much you love it, and it seems like from a generational perspective, you might have a peer group who think Eurovision is amazing and has so much potential for Bosnia, but then you're saying the public needs to be brought on side. So it seems like yours is a grassroots youth movement that wants to reach the broader culture. So how do you plan to do that? Like, to reach the skeptical, perhaps older public who don't see why this is even important?
Well, in a way, it is what it is very difficult. But basically, we are trying. That's why one of the reasons why I reached out to Irvin was actually to kind of get this, to verbalize it in a scientific way. And I do think that's why we really want to make this as scientific and as artistic, and also as collaborational through the many transmedia that we can get. And again, it is a youth movement, so it's also about really gathering the youth from the Balkan region to support us. Because, like, for instance, in the sense of Joker Out, who represented Slovenia last year, they showed us a great example that killed the skepticism that, for instance, existed in Slovenia. And we actually are quite good friends with them. They were very kind and very supportive of us. So we do have a lot of support from the inside of the Eurovision Balkan community. So that's kind of the idea that together we will, you know, join hands and sing.
Thank you. We're coming to the end of your time. I will say that what your project strikes me as is a production project, and an incredibly ambitious one. If you are also going to research it, that's your PhD, because that's a huge thing to both make something and research it. So you might want to think about, if you don't see that a PhD is in your future, might there be researchers in our community who you might be able to attach to your project? Because wouldn't that be interesting to follow a grassroots project to bring Bosnia back? Yeah.
Imagine Eurovision in Sarajevo. I mean... Yeah.
And we are going to move on to our last presenter, who is Mark Lehman, who is an MA student at the University of Freiburg. And Mark is going to talk about, I think, your BA research, which may also be your MA research.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The floor
Let's
is yours,
see.
Mark. Yeah.
Yes, hi, hello Sverige. Hello at home. My name is Mark, and I'm currently studying in Freiburg at the Albert Ludwigs University. I'm currently studying media science, but I did my bachelor thesis in musicology. And yeah, Eurovision is my passion since many years, since 15 years already. And while I was looking for a topic for my bachelor thesis, I tried to combine two things that I'm very personal with, like Eurovision And as a singer myself, I'm always looking up to the participants, always getting inspirations from the music, from the performances. And the other part is the LGBTQ community, which I am myself a part of. And so I try to combine these two things, which are, it's very easily with Eurovision, actually. So from a musical perspective, I try to point out how LGBTQ or the queer theory is influencing the narrative of musical performances. So we have the music, and how does the performance affects the meaning of the music, and why does it affect the meaning of the music. So I chose some examples. That's Paul Oskar from Iceland, Dan International from Israel, Conchita Wurst from Austria. I chose these examples because it's easy, because with examples it's easy to understand the topic. And in the end, all of the three persons represent some kind of the LGBTQ community in a way. We can look at it through that. And that was the research in the end.
Thank you. Maybe could you offer the Conchita example? Because I think that will help people take us through your argument about the three parts of it.
I think the Conchita example is easy to understand because it's not a long time ago. It's just 10 years, yes. It's 10 years ago. So when we do a narrative analysis, we deconstruct the whole performance into the lyrics, the music, the performance itself, and the artist and the context around the artist. And in the case of Conchita, we can see that the song text of Rise Like a Phoenix is an anthem for empowerment, but that can be, one can see that for him or herself on its own, and it doesn't have to be an LGBTQ anthem. It can just be about, general empowerment of people in different kind of ways. But what does it make it an LGBTQ anthem is the presence of Conchita. And the presence of Conchita automatically, the song automatically refers to her and to her presence. So what we can conclude there is that the meaning of the song and the narrative changes with the presence of Conchita and the context surrounding her at the Eurovision night, of course. I hope this is easy to understand then.
Yeah, and you and I were chatting a little bit before that you talk about that as text and context, that Conchita, if I'm understanding your point correctly, that Conchita's presence and delivery of the song becomes the context through which we interpret the song and read a queer meaning into it.
Yes.
I mean, another word, and this is my background in literature and theater studies, another word that I would use would be subtext.
Mm-hmm.
So are subtext and context the same thing in your, and I know I'm throwing a new term at you, but I'm just trying to tease out what you're talking about, the relationship between what it is on paper and then what we read into the performance.
Mm-hmm. I think subtext is something we sometimes don't recognize as a general viewer of the song contest. Maybe we don't know what's behind this whole story, and or behind the whole song or the meaning of the song. So through the subtext, we automatically refer the song to a person, and we automatically refer a performance to a theory or a performance to a group of person. Just like, for example, Ollie Alexander this year for the UK. Maybe you saw the rehearsal clip of his performance with the boxers. That's another good example, I think, how the performance influences how we see the song, how we understand the lyrics there. And that's also a very, maybe it's not that's much subtext, because it's very obvious in the performance, but sometimes it's not that quite obvious. And I came to the conclusion that LGBTQ narratives is also kind of like used as a prop also on stage. And I think it's very interesting. I saw that with Ireland 2018, Rhino Shaughnessy, where there were 2 male dancers. And the song itself had generally really nothing to do so much with the LGBTQ community, but these dancers made it like, okay, now it is an LGBTQ anthem, kind of.
And I think an argument has been made about that number, that there was an attempt to instrumentalize what is perceived to be a queer viewership of Eurovision to bring that votership in, right? So there's a piece here that's kind of implicit in what you're talking about that I hope we can make explicit, which is that there's the meanings that are put forward, and then there are the people that receive the meanings. And meanings are encoded. So it's possible that some people might look at a song and say, this is queer, but other people might read the codes and say, oh, I feel included as a member of the queer community. So is that something that is looking at reception part of your work as a scholar? Can you talk about that?
Yes, it was a big part of this project where I was working on, definitely, because reception is how we get so much data from at the end, how we can see okay, does this performance, what effect does this performance have on the viewer in the end of the performance? So yeah.
And one of a main tool that we have to perceive perception is voting, right? But there's so much, and I think we got into this in Alf's panel as well. It's so hard to know, we can never know why people vote, right? So bringing it back to the interesting point that Alf made about attempts in past decades or past eras of the contest to try and make it be about just the music, right? That we should strip away all of the signification so it's about just the music. As an emerging Eurovision scholar of your generation, do you think that's possible?
Hard. It's never just about music, I think. It's never just about music. We see that this year in so many examples. I think we should try to make it just about music. That's important. I think we should take our time to listen to the music, to think about the music. What does it mean to not just deconstruct it like in a scientific way, but just like for ourselves to think about what music does mean to me, what this song means to me, what the performance means to me. And this is the key element, I think, of Eurovision. And politics will always be a part of it, but I think we should try to listen more to the music in the end.
I think the musicologists in the room are probably vibrating with you.
I hope so.
But I do think that this is one of the reasons why I find the song contest so intriguing, and I keep on coming back to it. It's never been just about the music, because it's always been a TV show, and there have always been performances.
Also, it's about drama. Also, because performances is drama. Otherwise it's boring, right? So Conchita Wurst with the drama and the wings and this dress, it's cool. And when it's no drama there, then maybe many people don't vote for it. So it has to be a bit drama.
Thank you very much. So thank you to our presenters for 3 excellent presentations. I think we've got a fair bit of time for questions, so I will give this one to Sophia, and then she's going to get your questions.
So thank you so much. So we have time for questions here or online, so I will start there with Paul. Just a minute. It's my gym for today, so yeah.
Thank you so much to the 3 of you for sharing your work. My question's for Liz. Can you hear me over there? Great. This is kind of a follow-up to Karen's question about the meanings that a lot of these buildings and these venues accrue as they host Eurovision and become associated with Eurovision. And as a follow-up to that, I wonder about how that plays out when you put Eurovision in non-traditional venues. I'm specifically thinking of 2014 when the contest was held in this formerly abandoned shipyard on like the outskirts of Copenhagen. I think that also that same year, one of the Danish cities proposed to host it in a former prison. And of course, Iceland often will sometimes host their national finals in an airplane hangar. And so when we think about how these buildings, venues, whatever the proper term is, forgive me, I'm not an architect, how these spaces accrue meaning by becoming affiliated with Eurovision, what happens with these non-traditional spaces? I mean, a concern that comes to my mind, of course, is like, is this like a mode of gentrification? How might we problematize it or see something useful there?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of it. Did you say what happens with the spaces afterwards?
So, been thinking about the kinds of meanings that these spaces take on as they become affiliated with Eurovision. I'm interested in how that plays out with non-traditional spaces, like the abandoned shipyard that hosted in 2014 and so on. Thank you.
So the example that you gave in 2014, I haven't looked at yet, so I've just made a note of it to look at. The Icelandic mention, I'm only really looking at the main finals, not country finals. Did you say that was the contest within Iceland, or did you mean it was hosted in Iceland?
National final.
Okay. So these are probably ones that I haven't got around to looking at in the research. I'll be honest, I haven't, I've started in, I don't know, 1960, 1950, whatever it is, and I haven't really got very far, so I haven't got there yet, but I'm making a note of things that are raised for me to come back and look at, and I can report in next year where I've got to. Thank you for the question.
Bosnia, the results were great. Like we had multiple top 10 entries, and we even had a top 3. And the songs themselves are huge hits, so it's also quite contradictory in a way that we were making fun of it, but we were very proud of ourselves, and we were like, wow, we were amazing. But it was in 2016 that we didn't qualify. And then it was like, it's over, it's done. So it's also very interesting that we were quite successful, but the reason we were successful, it was the artists were really putting an effort into it. So I would say it's a quite complicated relationship that we have in a way, because again, music is such a strong part of our identity. And we were, as I said, like there were great results, and the public was very supportive of all the acts, because most of the singers that we have had were actually very big stars in former Yugoslavia. But it's the fact that it's the problem right now that the national broadcaster is in a really serious financial debt. That was now, I think it's even worse than it was originally in 2016. So they're really trying to cut out anything they cannot. So I think it's also a big fear of how successful we would be. So it's better just to not risk it, because for us it's such a huge financial investment to even go. But I think that's such a sad thing in this context, because we're assuming that we wouldn't be good just because we didn't qualify once. And it would be a huge also pressure on the whatever artist would represent us. But at the same time, I feel like it is a risk worth taking, because we do have amazing artists that are yet to be discovered by Europe, and there are so many interesting and up-and-coming names that don't get to be supported. So I think it's also the lack of understanding that our national broadcaster has, or the social context of Eurovision, and what it can do, that it's the basically people in charge that don't really want to bother to fully understand the implications. But as I said, it is very interesting because all the songs that have previously competed are to this day huge hits, and it's so funny that actually a lot of people are not even aware they were Eurovision songs, but they love the songs. So it's the ignorance.
Thank you. More questions? One question here.
I have a question for Liz. I'm just wondering if you're going to be looking, because you mentioned you're looking at postcards, and you mentioned you're looking at the backdrops when points are presented. There's kind of a middle ground in that we saw that emerged in the COVID period, when we saw additional video content being produced by the contest. I'm thinking here primarily of the Love Shine a Light presentation in 2020. The Love Shine a Light presentation in 2020, and then a little bit more videos that have been produced. So you have powerful images like Diodato singing Fai Rumore in the Colosseum, for example, but then also, Molitva being performed just on the street in Belgrade. So are you looking at some of these backdrops of performances that have been produced by the contest and by performers themselves to kind of showcase their songs outside of the stage?
I think so. Sorry, the line is not brilliant. Wales is a bit back and beyond. No, don't. Wales is fine. So I have to, all the people in this room are, like me, Eurovision mad, and we all accept that Eurovision is this big. Sorry, no, it's this big. And I have to I cannot write about everything. I love buildings, I draw buildings, I work in buildings, I teach about buildings. I have to accept that I cannot write about everything. So this is why I have brought it right down to these three strands of sort of approach. And whilst there are other extra films, I did mention the interval acts very vaguely in passing in my video, but it was more about identifying the locations of the buildings, because that interval act appeared in it, rather than looking at extra, performances outside the arenas, or other parts of Eurovision that are taking place in other, in other parts of the cities, and other buildings are featured, and yes, I will come across them, and there might be like appendices or gazetteers in the book. That's the plan, but I won't be looking at them in detail and doing any analysis, because it's just too big.
Thank you. Maybe questions from online? No? Yeah.
Well, actually, there is a question posed by Liz. Liz, right? You have a proposal for two people teaming up. Maybe you could elaborate on that? Oh, Liz, you said that Renata and Miriam should team up, right? Could you elaborate on that? Well, let me
The reason I said that is the future in work and business is collaboration. And this arena has produced, 5, or me as well, 6 different topics. I can see a link between two people who are striving to get their research heard.
Yeah, exactly. So Eurovision, the musical, according to you, should be on TikTok. Right? Let's work on that.
Yeah. Oh, and maybe can I pause Peter first and then to you? Okay.
Thank you very much. This is a question for Mark David. I'm really interested in the history and historicity of queer performers at Eurovision, and what distinguishes you know, the transgender artist Dana International, from the drag that we've seen, from the openly gay that we've seen, from the lady with the beard, Conchita, who is a gay man. And this year we have Alexander, but we also have Nemo. And so I was just wondering whether you have any thoughts on Nemo, because Nemo is such an interesting case from, you know, I've studied it a little bit and just wrote something about it for a German newspaper. Nemo came out as non-binary this fall. They also say, you know, they have been living with a woman for 5 years, and that coming out as non-binary has nothing really changed. He has a very particular performance on stage. I'm not sure I should call it drag, or, you know, what the genre of that kind of costume is. So I was just curious whether you have any thoughts how to put Nemo into this narrative of queer performers at Eurovision.
I thought about that too, because it's so hard to it's hard to grab in this whole thing I created, I think, because like outfit-wise, I'm not an outfit expert, but I think this outfit is very fluid, so we can't really tell where is it going. Also the performance, I haven't seen it already, just a snippet, of course, but I don't know where the performance is really going, but I think the performance is very professional made, and this is more the context, I think, of this whole presentation, that it should be professional for everybody. And I think that Nemo as a person is of course in the spotlight, but I think his personal belongings are in the performance not that much in the spotlight. I just saw that. On the other hand, I think he himself is you can link himself very good to the song, because the song is talking about his journey and cracking the codes of his life. So on this aspect, we can easily refer his personality to the song, yeah. But performance-wise, we have to see, of course. Maybe we can make detailed assumptions after Thursday.
Okay, so thank you very much, all participants in the second round of the Science Slam. Thank you, Karen Fricker, for hosting it. Thank you, Liz Walder. Thank you, Renate Dujakovic, and thank you, Mark David Lehmann. So now it's up to you all here in the venue and online to make the decisive vote. Everyone has 2 votes to give to our Science Slammers, and I can tell you all the votes accumulated will give a very, very high number. I'm very surprised how many people participated, so congratulations to all the Science Slammers to have mobilized all your family and friends and all the viewers online to vote for you. But it's still not decided. We have a very, very tight race, so please vote now. And in the meantime, we have now a voting break for 20 minutes. We will listen to wonderful music from our pianist Ko Jun, his annual Eurovisions recap on the piano. So enjoy, and we will be back at 12:45.
Hey.
Yeah, it's really. I joined. Yes, I'm gonna get my No. But I will not say the whole.
So, how is everything running here? Paul and Wilfred, our tech guys, how are you? Is everything running okay, more or less? Yeah?
If you need something from me,
Yeah, well, yeah, always like that. The Portuguese way. Yeah.
Paul, can we? This is the last panel. Can I? Hello. We are online now. Okay, so thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed our amazing coffee break. I almost known, but okay, it's my job. So I'm here on the stage to announce who engaged more people to vote on the Science Slam. So first of all, I want again to congratulate all the participants and thank you so much for preparing your presentations, for sharing your videos online, and of course for sharing with us and with your people this conference too, of course. So this is a way just to engage us, and this is a very symbolic prize. It's not a prize. It is not a microphone on glass, on crystal. No, we can't afford that. So it's just a symbolic prize. So I want to ask to Mark Lehman to jump on the stage and receive this amazing book. So it is an opportunity to learn some Swedish. Yeah, so congratulations. Yeah. And thank you so much. Yeah. And now you have to sing. No, you don't.
I can do it.
No, thank you so much, Mark. And we are very happy. Oh, and a photo. A photo.
Where?
Oh, 2 photos. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, thank you so much, Mark. So, to close this day in the best way, first I have to tell you and to announce that at 2, this amazing person here, Anders, have a workshop. So and also on Friday, so you can join here in the room today, or on Friday here in this building. I think it's not in this room, but in this building too. So, and for now, I have to announce the last panel with these wonderful speakers, and I will announce Andreas Orff. I think I'm pronounced, yeah, fine. That will open the discussion on the topic, what is the Euro in Eurovision? On music, migration, and belonging. So the stage is yours, and then thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, Sophia, and it was for me, immediately the thought that when Eurovision again would come to Sweden and for the third time to Malmö, that we should do something. And I'm so happy that we see the Eurovisions conference taking place right now. I also, it's my fault that I dragged in Erin here, because I knew that the contact with the local university would be the primary port for you and for us. But I'm so happy that I did so. We have had a couple of months of preparations, and now we see the results. And to me, it's again a proof of that the topic is so rich of so many different aspects. And one of these aspects is, of course, to also ask the larger questions. And for those of you who are around tomorrow, we will move to Media Evolution City, just across the inner harbor, just a few minutes walk. And you might have heard Martin Törnqvist, who's running the Media Evolution City. He was talking about this book that you can get a free copy of tomorrow, The Futures of Sound and Song, the results of a 4-side cycle, Waves of the Blue Sea. So join us tomorrow for more discussions and more panels on Eurovision and its meaning. And also, if you have time on Friday, there will be a big event in this building again. Eurovision State Malmö University, lots of ambassadors will be here, lots of bigger discussions about Euro and European politics and everything like that. So, but today our panel is What's the Euro in Eurovision? And I'm so happy that on our panel we have Erin Corey, and say some words about you when it's your turn. Nicola Storetta, both Malmö University, and Paul David Flood, who is an incoming PhD, visiting PhD researcher. Yeah, you can tell more about you. And then Anders Hög Hansen, who already has been talking. But and the order will be that I will throw out a kind of big question. There will be one round by the panelists that I might follow up with some extra questions. And then we will take it from there and open the discussion with you and the audience and the online audience as well. The motto of this year's European Song Contest is United by Music. But what does that actually mean? And particularly with regards to the Euro of Eurovision, which is more contested this year than perhaps ever. To us, it was very important to choose the topic of the annual conference as music, identity and migration, since the European Song Contest is located in a host city where these three perspectives, music, identity and migration, constantly intersect and overlap, and where the tension between local participation and the transnational power relations in music and music industry are laid out in front of us, both on and off stage, and this year more than ever perhaps. And there's also a red thread leading to the topic of the Media Evolution City and the futures of sound and song, which we will hear more about tomorrow. So we are very fortunate to be able to present a panel where we, over the next hour, will open the door towards exploring these issues. So we would like to open today's conversation by asking this big question: what does the Euro and Eurovision mean to you from different perspectives, disciplinary as much as personal, and how does it relate to music, migration, and belonging? I'll pass over the microphone to Erin to start the round.
Thank you, Andreas. Full disclosure, I'm not a Eurovision researcher at all. I come at this from at this topic from the vantage point of media and communication studies, with a focus on migration. So I'm an assistant professor or senior lecturer in media and communication studies here at Malmö University, where I co-direct the MA program and an experimental research lab called Medea Lab. So I've been thinking about migration to this part of the world for the last 7 years and change. And I'm obviously an immigrant myself, coming as I do from California, from a very politically active, anti-Zionist Lebanese American family. Much of my research has been about culture as something that is co-produced and always in flux. And along with my interlocutors here in Malmö, in Copenhagen, and most recently in Uganda, I have also used participatory methods in which we have co-produced things like podcasts and digital stories, as well as pieces of art and digital archives. So my little intervention, such as it is, into what is the Euro in Eurovision is more about what is the Euro in Malmö. But first, if we're going to parse apart the word Eurovision like this, I think we should think for a minute about the word European and its origins. So my husband loved this because he loves etymologies and things. But it comes from the Greek and is a name of a princess in Greek mythology. But a little research will also tell you that Europe may also come from combining the Greek roots eur, wide, and op, seen, to form the hyphenated word wide-gazing, which I think is so interesting. So I'm not European by birth, and I still don't feel like one all the time culturally, even though I have a daughter who definitely is. But I do feel like I'm part of this society, as do many of my friends and interlocutors who come from other parts of the world: Egypt, Syria, Rwanda, Palestine, Iran, Costa Rica, to name a few. In this feeling, we represent what many migration scholars, especially those dealing with the arts, call the post-migration context, in which everyone is touched by migration, no matter whether they have migration backgrounds or not. And those who do have migration backgrounds feel themselves to be members of the societies they or their parents have adopted. And I think that this is interesting, this post-migration context, because it is another hyphenated word and stands for the intersection of cultural hybridity, artistic practice, and politics, where people are making and doing things together, and so are expanding their horizons, and indeed the horizons of what it means to be European. Thinking about migration in this way as something that is not sensational, but is a daily phenomenon, allows us to gaze more widely at our communities and think more expansively about what it means to belong to them. Here in Malmö, the post-migration context has been fertile ground for all kinds of hybrid art practices and spaces. This is perhaps especially apparent when it comes to music. So there is, for example, a Palestinian oud player named Imad Al-Tamimi, who has collaborated with techno duo Boringe Kloster. Taraband was formed by Iraqi refugee Nadine Al-Khalidi and Swede Gabriel Hermansson, and it combines Swedish music traditions with Tarab music, which is more of a feeling than a genre, and the point is to elicit ecstasy and kind of performer audience connection in the tradition of Egyptian diva Kulthum. And organizations like Shako Mako, which is Iraqi Arabic for what's up, which have sprung up around the city to create spaces for and by the Arab diasporas, which center Arab music, culture, and dancing, whereas before events around this artistry were often co-opted and sometimes shut down by autochthonous white Swedes. All are welcome at these events, but the music, dancing, and performing are strictly, as Shako Mako's slogan puts it, by the people, for the people. These sights and sounds are, in my estimation, joyous hyphenations, avenues for both honoring traditions and bringing them into conversation with one another. A wide gaze indeed. And this thinking feels incredibly urgent in a time when the political rhetoric around migration is increasingly hostile, and the idea of Fortress Europe threatens to disrupt and diminish any expansiveness in favor of a myopic gaze of culture and belonging, the effects of which we are already seeing as people are held in detention centers, the conditions of which beggar belief, as those protesting their government's complicity in genocide in other parts of the world face arrest, as families are torn apart in the many bordering practices that characterize the continent today. And so I would ask, beyond what is the Euro in Eurovision or Euro in Malmö, what can we say about the contest's vision for Europe, not least of all in its decision to ban Russia, but allow Israel to perform? Is the contest one more site where Europe's potentially wide and embracing gaze is simply shutting down and shutting out? Or is there hope not only in the many protests taking place around the contest this year and the discourse that this is fomenting, but also in future programming for an event that demands adherence to human rights legislation and celebrates the hybrid musics of its changing demographics. You know better than I, and so I'm excited to hear from you.
Well, my name is Nicolas Torreta. Full disclosure number 2, I am not a Eurovision scholar either. I have never heard of Eurovision until moving to Europe. I'm from Brazil. I don't have a prepared speech like that. But I'm here because of having feet in different practices. So I am myself a musician. I've worked as a professional musician for many years within Brazilian music and jazz. I'm here as an instrument builder and as a researcher. So right now I actually work for Lisbon University, even though I'm based in Malmö, and starting at Malmö University as well. And my focus is on decolonizing arts, right? So I pay attention to kind of the power structures that exist within art and within design. I did my PhD using capoeira, which is an Afro-Indigenous Brazilian martial art, as a way to explore paths for decolonizing design. And I'm interested in this kind of, okay, if we talk about Eurovision or visions, what visions are we encouraging? What visions are we suppressing? And which ones are we oppressing, right? I think it's very problematic, like in general, to talk about Euro as a singular, as like a one entity, because if we look around, there is so much diversity, not only about like migration and like you can go here, literally, like you can go today and have a capoeira class in Malmö, you know, and probably in like most of the cities in Europe you can do that. So there is a lot of diversity of cultures that have come here as well. But there is also a huge diversity within Europe of musical expressions. So I did a kind of uncomfortable experience for myself this morning. I had breakfast listening to the top 10 Spotify's playlist, and I got indigestion. No, so I was listening to this like top 10 Spotify playlist to see if there is something that I could connect, like, okay, this is maybe a music from this country, this is maybe, you know, some kind of elements of what is going on in kind of the mainstream music industry today. There was only one, like, it was interesting because I could place them all like kind of more time-wise. Everything sounded a lot like the 90s and 80s, like somehow that aesthetics coming back again. There was only one rhythm. There was like a reggaeton rhythm, and it was an artist in the end. I searched it, and it was from Chile. Everything else was artists based in the US nowadays. So I think when we talk about vision, when we talk about Euro, the questions that come to my mind is who defines and who decides what that vision is? And then what is the relation between, we know there is a mainstream music scene, right? And then we have all these kind of controversial labels of like folk music, pop music. Isn't folk and pop kind of the same thing? But like music-wise, they're so different genres. Alternative music, world music, you know? And kind of how does this power relations kind of relate to each other, and how does this kind of mainstream music works through what we call like the coloniality power structure, which is mainly when we say like in the kind of decolonial theory, we talk about the European visions and then the US capitalistic, imperialistic vision of imposing how people should live and how people should, you know, what is kind of the acceptable norm. It's kind of universalizing culture. This is a huge rabbit hole that we can go afterwards in. But how that also relies on the adoption of, let's say, rhythms from other parts of the world in kind of a cultural appropriation modes. And what happens with those like original sources, let's say, that get kind of excluded as alternatives. And I was thinking about your presentation with how things have changed also nowadays with all this digital media. Like before, you would get this like tape, and you're like, oh, this is something interesting from another part of the world, and you had to go all the way there to see something, and then learn. Like nowadays, you turn on Spotify and you can find everything from everywhere. So the access is also very different. Right? And just to kind of round this messy, different kind of perspectives that I'm putting forward here, when we talk about power and who has the power to have an overall vision, we say the power comes with access and privilege, right? So who has the privilege to define what is Euro, what is vision, and how do we give access and how do we remove access from different people and different expressions to be represented in these visions of Europe or this Eurovision context and so on.
No, it's okay. Yeah, thank you. Great job. Hi, I'm Paul David Flood. I'm a PhD candidate in musicology at the Eastman School of Music in the United States at the University of Rochester. And I'm writing my dissertation on performances of migrant identity in Eurovision. So this is kind of up my alley. And I have some thoughts to share, if that's okay. As a US-American scholar who studies Eurovision, much of my thinking with and through the contest has gone alongside these questions of what is Europeanness, how is Europeanness presented globally via Eurovision, and what does it mean to be European anyway? My work as a musicologist asks how members of Europe's migrant and diasporic communities, broadly construed, engage with the Eurovision Song Contest, its international spin-offs, and its dedicated nightlife spaces. As such, my response to the question, what is the Euro in Eurovision, is with another question. What does the Euro in Eurovision look and sound like? So I'd like to take you all back in time to the humble year of 1990, when the contest was last held in next year's host city of Zagreb. We're manifesting here. The contest's unofficial theme that year was one of Europeanist futurity, with songs centering the notion of freedom. You had Germany's Frei zu leben and Ireland's Somewhere in Europe. As Ricardo alluded to earlier, you have songs referencing the fall of the Berlin Wall the year prior, Norway's Brandenburger Tor, and Austria's Keine Mauern mehr. And of course, there's the winning song, Insieme, or Together, 1992, sung by the late Italian Toto Cutugno, which celebrated the forthcoming establishment of the European Union. But one contestant who performed that night in Zagreb sang of a different kind of unity, that of race. The Guadeloupean French Joëlle Hussol was France's first black representative with her song White and Black Blues. In the song, Hussol sang about the desire to overcome racial prejudice and celebrate her blackness in a majority white society. She sang in the chorus, quote, "White and black, dance, balance on the white and black blues. Nous les blacks, we are a few millions, a dime a dozen. Paradisiacal, Africa, my love, I have you in my skin. White and black, no matter the color, we are all equal," end quote. White and Black Blues indeed adheres to this lyrical trend of European unity, but through a racial and post-colonial filter that has seen greater prominence in the 21st century. In an interview leading up to the contest, Hussol spoke of the pressure she felt to represent the nation of France, as well as her desire to represent black communities in France, black communities around the world, and especially her fellow Antilleans. When asked about how she negotiated her Guadeloupean and French identities, Hussol responded saying, quote, "I don't separate things. I'm from Guadeloupe, that is a fact, and I'm very proud, but I'm going to represent the blacks, the French-speaking blacks, and others as well, because it's important," end quote. The fact that she, as a francophone Afro-diasporic woman from an Antillean department that was seeking independence from France at the time, would be the face and voice of France to the world was certainly not lost on her. I want to talk about the song's bridge, which is an 8-bar instrumental break featuring percussion and shouted vocals alone. And this is where Ursel and audiences alike locate a moment of racial and ethnic musical difference. In a studio interview, Ursel described the rhythms and the focus on percussion in this section of the song as, quote, a black rhythm, an African rhythm, encompassing every bit of everything from different countries, Africa, Réunion, Brazil. You can hear some Antillean elements, but played with different instruments than usual. It's black music, end quote. A generous reading of this might suggest that the bridge's mixture of familiar sounds from the global south engages a mode of solidarity and unity among the myriad Afro-diasporic communities Ursel sought to represent that year. But the combination of influences cited by Ursel may read to white European audiences as coming from an exotic nowhere, a case wherein differences are obscured into sameness. Ursel noted that the songwriters Serge Gainsbourg and Georges Auger de Mouzac, both white Frenchmen, wrote and composed the song prior to selecting Ursel. The French broadcaster just needed an interpreter, one who was either a black man or woman. This is a general trend among most songs, and among most, if not all, entries sung by black performers. There are genuine gestures toward black internationalist expression among these singers and from these singers, but the extent to which these artists are granted agency, as well as the extent to which these songs are perceived by audiences as authentically black, often varies from entry to entry and year to year. Music scholars who have written about Eurovision, including Philip Bullman, Ivan Reikhoff, and Maria Sonovitsky, have explored the ways in which members of Europe's migrant communities have used certain musical styles, primarily folk musics, to express their marginalized subjectivities in the contest. Meanwhile, scholars of black popular musics, including Celeste Moore, Adriana Helbig, and J. Griffith Rolifson, have demonstrated how Afro-diasporic communities throughout Europe are increasingly turning toward facets of artistic culture that have been circulated across the Black Atlantic as viable tools for expressions of communal identity and solidarity. I contend that these two scholarly threads can and should inform one another. Folk musics in Eurovision have indeed been valuable tools and signifiers for Europe's migrant communities, as have black musics in Eurovision as part of these world-making processes. This linkage is necessary not only because the number of black artists who have competed in Eurovision has increased exponentially over the last 2 decades, but also because Eurovision, as we talked about earlier, has steadily emerged as a globalizing entity, targeting and appealing to consumers beyond Europe's geographical boundaries. I'll conclude by citing the European historian Fatima El-Tayeb, who has argued that, quote, the continued inability or rather unwillingness to confront, let alone overcome, the glaring whiteness underlying Europe's self-image has rather drastic consequences for migrants and minority communities routinely ignored, marginalized, and defined as a threat to the very Europe they are part of, their presence usually only acknowledged as a sign of crisis and forgotten again in the ongoing construction of a new European identity, end quote. From Joël Ursel to Dave Benton, Millie Scott to Bashar Murad, we must consider what it means when Europe's racial and ethnic and displaced others perform their unique identities, agencies, and subjectivities to a white Europe that continues to see them as a threat, or as threats. Positioning the Eurovision Song Contest and its actors within these migratory flows challenges the putative coherence of both individual nation states and of Europe writ large, asking us to consider both what Europeanness can sound like, as well as who gets to be European. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, I'm Anders. I'm a media communications scholar here at Malmö as well. And I already spoke, as you said. I'm not a Eurovision scholar, and I didn't really prepare a speech as my colleagues here, but so we can start the panel very soon. But I can just say a few things. I mean, kind of improvised. It's interesting to go back to the 50s and look at Europe and I mean the establishment of the single market, the coal and steel union. But of course, Europe needed something else for integration, for getting together. And what could you better imagine than art and music to do that? And as a part of that kind of idea, I mean, you could see that Eurovision began with those thoughts in mind, and that's very worthwhile. Then we can discuss what it has become and so on. And at its best, in terms of living out a hybrid fantasy and so on, and exploring all kinds of not only sonics but certainly also vision. I get sometimes a little bit sore eyes when I watch the Eurovision, and my ears can also get sore. But we should also, I mean, recognize the qualities and the pearls and the things that it creates. Those who dismiss the Eurovision completely in terms of its musical quality, they are probably not listening very well. But there are also things that are not so good. Yeah, I think I'll simply stop here. We'll start. Should I give this back to you?
Yeah, I think I would like to open up the panel with, like, if you have any questions and interventions to each other's presentations. Is there anything you would like to start to comment or engage discussion with? If not, I mean, I think the big issue here that we are talking about is some kind of tension between globalization and sameness and authenticity and particularism, and the need for hybridity, or is it fake hybridity? And what does it mean? What is represented on stage? What is excluded from stage, and what is represented off stage and represented off stage? And I think somewhere there we could maybe start a conversation. Anybody would like to pick up that thread on hybridity and a better understanding of it? You're pointing at Nicholas, or are you? Yeah.
I was pointing at these two.
Yeah, I mean, I do, I guess, kind of want to return to this thing of like, well, one, hybridity, but also agency. As I was talking a little bit about, I was very fortunate to give a little seminar here a couple of days ago about some Afro-Swedish artists that have represented Sweden in Eurovision, and the presence of gospel music in Eurovision, and what that's doing when we have 3 consecutive Afro-Swedish artists of different migrant and diasporic backgrounds using gospel music from the United States to represent, or as they understand it, gospel music to represent Sweden in the contest. And some of the questions that were brought up were these questions of sameness, and like when you put these musics and these people on stage and say, this is Sweden, what kind of work is that doing in terms of like challenging or subverting notions of what Swedishness looks and sounds like? But also there's this question of like, if you look at this and you take the like little corner number Sweden away, what here is identifiably Swedish, was one of those questions that came up and that I'm thinking through. But in a way that also speaks to both, yes, the globalization of the contest, but also, I think, again, these questions of sameness that appear both musically and visually. And yeah, and we also talked about a bit with a lot of the artists that I'm thinking with, or thinking about both historically and somewhat in the present, there is this question of like, you know, how much can they address, I guess from a political perspective, their identities as, you know, racialized subjects in a European purview. You know, there was one interview I cited from 2002 with the group Aphrodite, with their song Never Let It Go. There's an interview with them in Tallinn, and the interviewer is like, hey, like, you excited? And they're like, yeah. And the interviewer immediately says, but you don't look like typical Swedish girls with blonde hair and folk dresses, which, yikes. But they had the best response, which was, yes, we do. And so I'm just so interested in the kind of work that doing. I mean, and I'm also sort of thinking, I guess, theoretically along with like Jose Esteban Munoz's work of disidentifications and what it means to like subvert what we understand to an identity to look or sound like. But those are just some rambling thoughts.
I think another thing kind of comes from the lines that you said there is, you know, the connection of music and society, right? And the social role of music, actually. I think, and I wrote there is a chapter in that book that I wrote about like intersection of music and power that kind of has a bit more about that. Yeah, the yellow book. But the question of like not only which music we do and what. There is a quote from Margaret Kovac, who's an indigenous scholar, that says, "We know what we know from where we stand." And I think with that comes the question of why do we do music? And why is this music done? Right? And kind of what is the, if it is, a way of showing that, okay, we are also Swedish with a different, and show through this interviewer, like, no, there is more than what's this kind of stereotypes mean. But then also what you said with like gospel music, like what is the meaning of gospel music and how does that get changed, adapted, subverted by being in another context? There was someone also in this land before talking about like the subtext and the contexts of the music. So I'm thinking about like that of like how does this like why and the meaning of the music or a song or a rhythm can reinforce something or can also get lost by being displaced and misplaced. Just more kind of questions as a way to answer some questions.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for those comments. I was thinking also about, Andreas, what you were saying. You mentioned hybridity. And I think, especially in the context of Malmö, I think about hybridity a lot. But not just in terms of this kind of very celebratory mixing of genres and sounds and sites and communities, but also when we think about like post-colonial theory and people like Spivak or Homi Bhabha talking about hybridity, there's also a sense of loss as well, about like what gets lost in the performance of new cultures or when people have to adapt to the sounds and traditions that they find themselves in. So I think it's also important to attend to that. And I wonder, this is a question for the Eurovision scholars, if there have been sort of any ethnographic studies specifically of the performers who come from, for example, like colonies of the main kinds of competitors within Eurovision, or from ethnic minorities within those particular countries. I also think that, there's so much opportunity, like I think, if I'm gonna be super optimistic, in an event like Eurovision to display and celebrate different kinds of sounds, new sound, not even new sounds, like let's not like overstate that, but sounds that maybe haven't been on display in such a popular venue before. And that also brings me back to another scholar who I find very inspiring and useful in my own work, who is Gloria Ansaldúa, who's a Chicana scholar and talks about the borderlands of different cultures, right? And she uses this word from, it's a Nahuatl word called Nepantla, which is this kind of in-between space where people meet and they hash things out, and it's not always very peaceful or beautiful, but that there's a contentiousness that can be very productive if we allow that to happen. And I don't know, maybe this is part of that space today. Yeah.
Well, yeah, sometimes I could wish that the Eurovision would be that kind of party of free expression, but it seems to sometimes to orientate a little bit too much to what can win, and what did they do last year, and what is up now. But it has that potential of mixing things up anew and becoming this kind of very exciting hybrid monster in a good way. But sometimes there's this. Maybe there should be no winner. I don't know. I mean, that would be unthinkable because it's just in the, I mean, these kind of contests which we have, there has to be found a winner and there has to be losers and so on. I could wish for more kind of courage in terms of performing something that, not to win, but to do something new and to do something exciting and passionate and so on. I know there's a lot of passion there already, but the orientation towards winning is maybe not that helpful for the competition and for the party.
I was just thinking of one interesting metaphor about hybridity, which is that hybridity can also take different shapes, right? One way is like taking a lot of fruits and making a smoothie, where like in the end you cannot see what is what. It's just this like with a random grayish color, versus making a fruit salad, where you can identify, okay, this is an apple and this is a banana and whatever. So if hybridity within Eurovisions is going more towards a smoothie or towards a fruit salad, versus another image there, which is hybridity as a weave, right? As a weaved fabric, where it's like a fruit salad where you can see, but then you can also follow the threads all the way to where they come from, right? Yeah.
I think that's a very beautiful point, very well put. I really like that, and I also think it's in this kind of semiotically rich sonic and visual kind of performance. There also has to be a sign for the political, and I think it's very dangerous if the political is watered out. And let's hope that the political also will take part this year and in the coming years. It has in the past, but that's where we really lost some interest in Eurovision. If there's no, if it tends to water out or lose the potential political and social kind of commentary. So.
Well, I've been talking to quite a lot of journalists over the last weeks and months, and there's this constant repetition about the issue whether the Eurovision Song Contest is political or not, and why are countries outside the geographic borders of Europe part of Eurovision, and so on. And I think that there's there's some kind of language games going on here, that you want to exclude culture, music, performance from being a political being, and kind of reducing it to party politics or international politics. And then the other thing, kind of they want to suddenly reduce the concept of Europe of just being to the north of the Mediterranean, and then you say, well, but Australia is part of this contest, and they say, why are they? Because if they weren't, we would need to ask the kind of larger questions, the implications of what this concept of Europe would mean for the participating countries. And that is an interesting exercise that is going on right now. The anxiousness to confess that something can be political, that people think is kind of tainting the contest. And the other thing, the concept of Europe that people then now suddenly would like to have reduced because it's getting more and more complex. So we maybe should embrace the complexity and the politicalness of culture, if I hear right, Anders. And with that being said, is there any other reflection you would like to share from the side of the panel? If not, I think we are ready to open up for questions and comments in the audience. Please.
So first of all, thank you for your presentation. I am thinking about the attention to decolonization Eurovision, and my question is if this decolonization attempt could not lead up to cultural appropriation. So it is more important what is shown or who is singing the song. And another question is the concept of class. I think that nowadays Eurovision is turned up to the white middle class of the richest countries in Europe. Do you think that the concept of class could also enter of one of the subjects that is underrepresented in Eurovision?
You're the Eurovision scholar. Would you like to give it a try?
Both really wonderful questions. Thank you so much. I'll do my best to answer the cultural appropriation question, which is, I don't think has a right or wrong answer when we're talking about that in most cases, but I think, as you say, it's important of the question of, like, you know, who is performing this music and who are they performing it for? I mean, it's one thing when you represent a nation, but it's another thing when you represent yourselves and the communities that you come from in a sort of post-national perspective and sense. But of course, it's, I think, difficult to think about Eurovision in a post-national framework. Maybe you can, I don't know. But no, I think that is a really interesting question. I mean, the music that comes to my mind is, I guess because I'm thinking about like black music. You know, the music that comes to my mind is hip hop and rap music, which came out of Black America. But we've seen throughout Eurovision, we've seen white artists from Germany, from Ukraine, from Switzerland this year, who've taken on these genres, and I think it tells us something about, I think, as Nicholas was alluding to earlier, the sort of new meanings that genres accrue when they cross into different contexts. Not only what meanings they accrue, but what also do they lose. And so I think the question of cultural appropriation gets a little bit more dicey here, because you consider what a musical genre means to members of a particular community, be it national, racial, ethnic, etc. But yeah, lots to parse through there. Thank you so much. Did somebody else want to?
Sorry. I mean, those are such good questions. And I think one thing, PDF mentioned a wonderful seminar that he gave last week in our department. And one of the questions that came up, I think, when we were having a discussion about black musics in Eurovision is the question of what is sort of deemed, like what black musics get performed and what is understood as palatable for a Eurovision's audience, right? And so my question, I think, was, you know, is the Eurovision kind of like the audience, the typical, if I can say that, Eurovision audience already primed for particular kinds of music but not others, right? And so so that was one thing I think that we were talking about in terms of that. And then, yeah, did you want to say something about that too?
I wanted to follow up, and I'm glad you brought that up, because the example that came up to me, and this is, I guess, maybe a little bit going into your second question. When we talked about palatability of black musics in Eurovision to largely white audiences, the entry that came to my mind, Netherlands 2021. Birth of a New Age, Django McCroy. This is sort of the Dutch, like, reckoning of the Dutch colonial history. They sent Django McCroy, this Sranan Tango, or Surinamese Dutch singer residing in the Netherlands, who sang a song partially in English but partially in a Surinamese language, Sranan Tango, and the chorus heavily featured this line, "You know ma broko me," "You know ma broko me," which meant "you won't break me." And there's this beautiful performance of black identity from particularly Suriname, but also gesturing to Africa and the sort of like same kind of sameness thing that we gestured to earlier. But I thought of that when I thought of palatability because of two things, or two things related to its reception. One, it was a lot of fans didn't take it quite seriously so far as taking the Unoma Broccoli part and saying Unoma Broccoli, and so the broccoli emoji became associated with the song, unfortunately. But then also the fact that it got 0 points from televote. Compared to other black musics, hip hop, house, gospel, that have scored very well with televote. And so there is this question of, like, I think as you said, like, which musics work for these audiences or will be received well by these audiences. Yeah.
Yeah, we have here another question from Peter.
Thank you. I'm still thinking about so many things at once. I'm not entirely sure I can phrase my question well, but I'm going to try. This is for Paul, but for everybody. So, you know, there's good reasons, of course, to talk about the representation on stage when we're talking about migration and race, you know, because that's the most accessible. That's also like it has rich layers of signification, et cetera, et cetera. I'm also, and then at one point in your short presentation, you mentioned and said, this is presented to a white audience. And then I was, okay, what's going on here? Because what do we know about the non-whiteness of the Eurovision audience? You know, that's an important question for me. We know some things about migrant votes, about diaspora votes within Europe. But, you know, I mean, Europe is not white.
No.
So,
yeah.
you know, so there is are we working with a phantasmagoric notion of whiteness? And I guess my question is also, how can we make sure that we're not reproducing that, you know, unwillingly, and assuming again and again stating this whiteness of an audience to which then race is displayed? Because in a certain sense, that's not true at all, right? So I guess my question is, a methodological one also. How could we get at a more nuanced analysis of Eurovision as an event including the diversity of its audience? Or do we already have data about this, maybe?
That's really, really good point. Thank you for catching that, actually. Me falling into the very thing that I am trying to fight. Scholarship is great, guys. I don't know much about data about viewership demographics, partially just because I'm not in Europe, but also I don't know how easy or challenging it would be to actually get those demographics. So I've gotten the question before of like, well, who's voting for this? And I'm like, everyone, like national publics, period. But no, that is a really good point. I mean, actually, I'm on the ground doing field work and here in Malmö, and I don't know if I can say what I was going to say because IRB will kill me. But I have, you know, I have spoken with a couple of non-white fans who have actually brought up memories of some of their earliest memories being performances of Eurovision songs by non-white singers, by singers who are migrants from the Swana region. And so there is, I think, as you mentioned, there are non-white viewers that are grasping onto those things and taking it with them as they go along their Eurovision fandom journey and so on. But thank you so much for bringing that up. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else wants to. Yeah.
I won't answer any part of that question, actually. But I was thinking, you know, like, because when we talk about this kind of power structures well, these are all super complex topics, and we learned that from Brazil when we had this horrible Bolsonaro guy being elected, that, like, what we say, like, we took the football mentality into everything, which is like my team against yours, either this or that, right? And in reality, it's much more complex than that. And we try to deal with complexity by simplifying it, and I don't think that's a way to kind of deal with complexity, you know. But when we talk about this kind of, you know, if the black music, white music, whatever, I'm thinking also about, for example, there is the only recognized indigenous community in Europe is the Sami people, right, which is the north of Scandinavia. And they have also been figured like in Norway, in Eurovision, and other examples. So I have no idea how is the relation there. But also, yeah, this kind of nuances within the places, and like Joik, which is the Sami music, is the first recorded music ever, like the first recognized form of music in the world. And that has been present in some Eurovision places. There was being also, yeah, so not only this kind of black versus white, but all these kind of intersections. And came to my mind now something that's a bit unrelated, but there is this quote from a Brazilian activist, environmental activist, that he says that environmentalism without class struggle is just gardening. And I'm trying to see like what would be the quote about that on music, like, you know, how is like activism within music? We also have to consider class struggles, racial struggles, national struggles, minority struggles, and you know, it becomes this kind of very complex mess of everything. You know.
We have one more question here.
Thank you. I'll try to keep this very short. I'm not sure I'll succeed. I think there's a certain myth around here that the Eurovision Song Contest is a peace project. As far as I know, in distinction to the European Union, which started out explicitly as a peace project after the Second World War, Eurovision is a matter of technology is the answer, what was the question? The expansion of television networks across Europe enabled international transmissions. What can it be used for? A song contest. Everybody loves music. So it's more a question of bureaucratic management of radio transmissions and television transmissions. Then up till 1989, Euro in Eurovision was the western half of Europe, of course. The other half was something else. And then the upheavals after 1989 changed the landscape quite a bit. And then it appeared that the European Union, starting out as a peace project, had turned into a very sort of bureaucratic management organization. And the Eurovision Song Contest was there to provide this with cultural content, something which could enthuse people across the continent, some sort of relevant content to fill this bureaucratic project with. Anyway, I think one important part of this is the role of public service media. Who are the arrangers, the organizers of this contest? It's not, despite what sometimes said in Sweden, it's not the state. It's a public service media organization which has some obligations to the state, which is in some ways independent of that. And I think, not least from a Swedish perspective, the interesting thing about this, which is not very much talked about, how is the sort of picture of European music or culture presented in this context? How is this selected? Public service media have a long tradition of being gatekeepers, deciding what to keep out and what to admit in. And I think there is quite a lot of research to be done on what is happening in these selection processes and what deliberations and motivations are at stake in this process. I don't know if that's a question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone who'd like to come with a final comment from the side of the panel? Erin?
I mean, maybe this is a question that we can talk about afterwards. I have a question because I'm not a Eurovision expert like you all are. But one of the things, I mean, sorry, I can't remember your name. Peter, yeah, and your exchange with Paul. I mean, I think I'm also wondering, and this question about, you know, this media institution or industry question as well, like how are these things getting selected? I'm also wondering who the composers are, you know? Like, I wonder if we could talk about that at the level of composition, like what is the makeup of the people who actually write the songs? I'm learning a little bit more about these like song factories, I think they're called, but I wonder who's involved in them. I don't know, because again, this is like my first time engaging this kind of topic. But I wonder too if we're going to see changes as well as you know, the European demographics change and different people get into these sort of more popular culture composition practices together. What that's going to look like in terms of these like maybe hyphenated hybrid musics as well.
But can I just add something? We were talking about public service media, and at the same time we are talking also about television business and music business. So it is a very complex reality. So we are talking on that, and at the same time many people are inputting some interests, could be economics or gatekeeping on the state will. So yeah, it is maybe for the next conference or something. So
Yeah, exactly. Right. And also it was a good cliffhanger, because I think that lots of these questions will be talked about tomorrow, when we will hear Alf develop his vision about Eurovision and Sweden and music production and music industry, which is part of the program of tomorrow. Anybody who would like to say more about tomorrow's program? Yeah, you will, because you will close now day one. And I would like to thank the panel for your insightful contributions and for the engaged discussions and for the many doors and questions we have opened up here today. Thank you so much.
So I want to ask Andreas and Erin to stay on the stage to close this first day. Maybe here in front. What is there? Thank you so much for preparing this panel, this wonderful panel. It's food for thought for the next editions, not just for one and not just for tomorrow. I want to remind you that tomorrow our conference will be in Media Evolution. It's just around the corner, 5 minutes from here. So you have the address in our website. If you go to eurovisions.eu and go to the page for 2024 edition, you will see the address and the map. It's very easy to go there. So I'm going to pass maybe first to our hosts, and then we close and say goodbye. See you tomorrow. So thank you. And just to...
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here. And I think we've had a great first day, and we learned a lot. And I really like the Science Slam part of the project, of the conference, because it gives us so much new insight about what is going on in Eurovision research. Thank you so much for all participants and for all of you being here.
And in case our dean watches this later, thank you, Annika, for supporting this project, and thank you to Marie Oman, our prefect. And yeah, it's great to have everyone at Malmö University.
So I think that almost everything has been said and done, and once again we would like to thank you. Maybe again thank our partners, Andreas and Erin obviously, but also Wilfred van Dellen, who was a major help, and Paul Oshmana as well in the tech part, and Paul David Flood as well. So I'm not sure whether I'm forgetting someone, but I'll pass it to Irving. Okay, Emra, thank you very much for all the assistance as well outside stage. And Irving, do you want to add something?
Can I just one more person to thank is Micke Rumberg, who is our tech guru at Malmö University and has been amazing, and Christian as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you to all of you, also to the viewers at home that are making the success of this conference possible, and I have been having a glimpse on how many people were watching this conference online, and it's been a huge success. We have been, I think, more than 3 times the amount of people that are here at the conference has been following the conference online. Thank you for that, and it's worthwhile staying tuned, because tomorrow we will have very, very wonderful content, and we will going to the very tricky question why Sweden is such a powerhouse in Eurovision. Maybe we will find an answer, maybe not, but you will find out tomorrow. Stay tuned on our online channels, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, X. And that's it. That's the first conference day. Thank you, everyone.